Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I am once again playing Planet Zoo because, oh, there's so much zoo still to be built and so much still to be done with this zoo, my goodness. So, that is the plan, is to continue working on the zoo and expanding it and filling in the holes that I've left. And I've left so many holes. But first, we are going to be working with this enclosure that I built last week in all of its gloriousness. I haven't turned on my light yet. There we go. Basically what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be acquiring the African wild dogs to be installed in here. I'm going to be putting in education boards. I'm going to be building them a shelter. Probably in this corner to disguise the weird scoop that's going on here. And that is the general plan. Now, I don't know why I keep getting light under this wall, because whenever I look at it, it's meeting the ground. But when I back out, there be light shining under her. So that's a little weird, but I'm gonna deal with that. But as I made the note here on the corner, I have room for 12 African dogs in here. Now I'm just gonna double check what my gender ratio should be in here. Okay, there should be more males than females, according to this. Unless I go with a single gender group. I think that would be easier if I just go with a single gender group. And that way I won't have to do math. Okay. Currently, oh, this is a tricky one. We have a copper that is very pretty, but we also have a silver that's very pretty. That is a tough choice. Maybe I should do mixed simply because these two are so nice. Oh man, these decisions are very hard. Okay, let's go with a mixed group then. All right, we'll start with those two. We will come back and check for more dogs later. And in the meantime, I need to figure out how to... I think if I put an info board here and then I speaker the rest of it, I should be doing pretty well. So let's grab this group. And facilities, media devices and education. I want a habitat education board. Oh, that's very interesting. We'll work with it. We'll pray it's upright. Okay, so that looks good to me. And we need another one over here, and I think one right here. Scooch this down here. Scooch it over here. Like that. Squish it into the wall just slightly. Okay. And then educational speaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if it's like up here. I want it to be sticking out a little bit, but not a lot, so we're gonna hope that that's good. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay. And we'll get in here and change the plastic color to a dark, yeah, that's close enough. Actually, that's even better. That's perfect. We'll go with that. All right. And then, maybe 2 speakers along here? Or maybe if I also put an education board on this side. I'll bring this down here and over here. Because there's more viewing over here than there is over there. And I'm gonna put one here. And one over here. Change that color to the one that matches really nicely so it just blends right in. That's beautiful. Okay. And it's been a couple of minutes, so let's see if there are more pretty dogs. There are. They're both females, though. Okay, how many are we working with now? We have 4 of the 12. Oh, the girls are ending up being very pretty. I may be ending up with more girls than boys. So I think I might be making a female bachelor group this way because the girls are just... Oh, wait, and then we had a couple of super pretty boys. I may have spoken too soon. Okay, we are up to 8. We need 4 more. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 girls and 3 boys. So I think the other 4 are going to have to be males, just so that they outnumber. I'm honestly not certain how to deal with the gender ratio requested there, but we're gonna grab the prettiest boys. One more. Okay. That's 12 dogs with one more boy than girls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hopefully this'll work. We'll see. I'm not going to install them quite yet, though. Actually, though, I should come in here. We don't need that anymore, so... And also, I figured out the best way to keep people from standing here to try and see the dogs there is to build a wall. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come in here and we're gonna make it out of the same wood as the enclosure because that just makes sense in my brain. As this is gonna have to be a fairly fancy wall due to the rules that the NPCs exist under. But we'll work it out. Whoops. All right. Now we're going to nudge this around. Until it's good. Like this. Try to get it like centered. And I'm gonna nudge it a little low into the ground to compensate for the fact that the ground keeps changing elevation around here. There. Okay. Whoop. Now for a part that's going to be a little tricky, what with the angles that I'm having to work in. But we're actually going to come over here to nature. Going to pull up some rocks. I'm going to find me some cladding. It does not matter which rock it is. This'll do. Going to shove this into the wall as far as I can get away with. Like that. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because due to the way that the rules work, the guests can see through the basic construction walls, but they can't see through rock. So what I'm doing here is I'm just making it so they cannot see at all through this wall, or the amount that they can see is going to be so small that they're not going to try and make use of it. But then we can't leave it with this rock like this, because that just looks weird. So we're going to come back over here to construction. Going to scroll down until we get over here. And then we're gonna have to use the 2 meter because there isn't a 4x4 flexi. We'll put it on there. Flip it upright. Bring it over here. I'm just lining it up with this end because that's very important for what I'm doing here. Like that. And then line it up height-wise, which is harder than lining it up on the end. There. And then bring it out until it covers the rock. Like that. And I haven't brought it out far enough. Like that. And this way we have a nice wooden wall. That the people cannot see through. And it also kind of covers up how uneven I made the pathing through here. I'm just going to cover that up that way. Rotate it this way. And I'm just going to use this to cover up that little tiny gap in there. And I'm going to leave that first panel out of true because you can't actually see it, so it'll be fine. Now this does leave me with a great big blank empty wall, so the plan is I'm going to put signage on here. So first things first, let's see, do we have a flat of the African wild dog? We do not. That is a pity. In fact, we don't have anything of the wild dog. Okay. Unless... oh, there's the souvenir hat of the wild dog, but there is not anything else. That's a pity. Oh well. Let's find... actually, you know what? Let's just... okay, there we go. It is a large, boring wall, so let's use the 3Ds. We'll sink this just a little, because it does stick out an awful lot in its full height, like that. And what color shall I make this? That is a very important question. I think a yellow is going to show up really nicely against this wood. Now orange is too much. Maybe a cool color? Yeah, you know what? I like this blue. Well, we're gonna go with this blue. And I need an F. And an R. I really hate doing my own kerning. African. Where's the N? Where's the N? There it is. African, and then W, I, L, and D, and another D, and an O, And a G. And then we just double check to make sure my kerning hasn't changed too wildly over the course of writing this down. My spacing between the words is a little weird, but I think my spacing between the letters has remained consistent enough that I can live with it. What I'm gonna do is, let's take this and shift it over here just a bit more, and then take the wild and like that, and then take all the words and just sort of center them by eyeball on the wall. Yeah. Okay. That's good. And I will probably plant something, maybe, on the inside of the wall here, just to do something about covering up what all's going on there. The blue does really stand out, gotta give it that. Okay, and then I'm gonna take this thing. We're going to duplicate it. Bring it over here. I'm going to have to adjust the spacing between the letters, or between the words, but I'm thinking like maybe use this here. Can I make it fit? I'm not sure. We'll find out. Like that. Squish that in. Like that. Squish this in here like this. Bring that in there like that, and then I can delete this. Let's bring this out here. Try to get this lined up, because that is not lined up. like that. Whoops, not quite right. Bring it in here because this is the maximum I can have. Bring this in. Okay, and I see how I'm going to have to do this. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to make it be 2 lines. There's African up here and wild dog down here. I will work that out in a sec. Once I... I'm going to leave that one for the moment. Okay, yeah, like that. Then this one gets tucked in there. And this one... like that. Close enough. Alright, then we take the African, bring it up here, like that. We bring the dog in closer to the wild. And then we just sort of move this down and over. And we scooch this over so that it's about the same distance from the edge on this side. And yeah, you know what? Bring it down just a little. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Not that I think it was going to be a problem that people were going to be standing out here trying to look through here, but this just sort of balances it out. Because I think I might do a similar thing with the Wolverines, except without the double layer, just to, you know, just to do something with this space, because I don't know what to do with this space. Actually, I used almost exactly this. Yeah, I used the stained wood for this one, and I used the unstained wood for this one. Okay, so, yeah. Okay. Now, we're coming back in here because, well, actually not in here at all now that I think about it. It's time. We need to get... We need to take our massive number of dogs. Oh, I didn't realize I'd bought a gold in there. Pity I'm not breeding them. Oh well. Okay. All 12 dogs are going whoop, to quarantine, which is over here. That's gonna take a hot minute. We'll come back over here. Now, because this is 12 dogs, I'm gonna pause just for a moment here. Let's see. Did I... Keeper Zone Northeast. Did I include this habitat? I did. Okay, good. Okay, so Keeper Zone Northeast. Because this is 12 dogs, I'm going to give them 2 keepers. So 1, 2. And we're going to assign them to the Keeper Northeast zone as soon as I find them. Where is the other... Ah, there you are. Keeper Zone Northeast, there we go. This is just because like 12 animals is a lot. So I want to make sure that they are being properly cared for. Also, I would like to copy still got angle snap on. Let's turn that off. Oh, staff are having to queue to use the facility. What a surprise. I'm gonna put this right here. And here. What do we got here? Oh yes, staff are still queuing to use the facility. Quarantine is full. Oh boy. I wasn't aware that there was less than 12 spaces in the quarantine. Okay, and I'm gonna put these little ones here and here. And we're going to make sure that they are upright. There we go. Okay, anyone for whom quarantine is passed, we're getting you out of here. So that there's room for the rest. Oh, we've had disease and injury. That's spectacular. Okay. So the 4 of you who have already passed quarantine can come on in here. This is going to be a little unusual in that I am not going to set up the stuff inside the enclosure until I have the animals here. I have my reasons for doing it this way, but I need to unpause so it'll actually happen. But basically I need to build a shelter for them, and I need the actual animals in my sight so I know the size that I am looking at. So we're just going to let these first 4 animals join us. Quarantine is full. Staff are queuing. Yeah. Do I need more staff? That's the question. Like, if all of my staff are queuing, I need more staff. Oh, no, wait. Here they come. Here come at least 3 of them. Alright, it's happening. It's gonna be okay. Okay, that's 3, and here comes number 4. We'll just let number 4 get here. There we go. Okay. And we pause. One of these is named AO. AO! It feels wrong for me to say that. Okay. So Hondo here is going to help us out. As I thought, the terrain is unfortunate. Okay, we need more short grass. Probably because I did all of the terraforming in dirt. So let's because there was an incredible amount of terraforming going on for this enclosure. So short grass, they also need long grass, that's fun. They've got way too much dirt. Yeah, I'm just gonna make this. Okay, let's give them a little rock, which will work perfectly with my plans. I'm going to build the shelter over here in this corner, basically to hide the way that the land is scooping. So I'm gonna build them a cave. They need a little sand. Let's give them a little sand mixed with their dirt. Like that. Sure, that looks like a happy terrain. I know you don't have enough shelter. It'll be fine. Africa, grassland, and desert. Interestingly, they don't actually need any plant coverage, but they can tolerate some. Let's have a look at the grassland and desert rocks and decide which ones make me happy. So if I say grassland and desert, these are the desert rocks, which are going to look a little weird against... I might have to use the tiger rocks just so that it'll match, but and okay, red desert rock is definitely not the right one. Savannah rock? You know, I might use the Savannah rock just to be using a different rock. I've been using tiger rock everywhere. Yeah, you know what? Let's use the Savannah rock. And I'm going to filter this to the African wild dog. And this is mainly so that I can pull up uh, 8x4, 8x4. I don't think that 8x4 is going to be big enough for the number of dogs that I have here, so this is a guide. This is not what I'm keeping. But while I'm in here, let's set up a large food tray like this. This is the main viewing area, so let's set up the food tray here. And I'll just pop the water into this corner here. Stella, welcome back. It's nice to see you again. They will also need some toys. We'll give them a blood scent marker that's close to this window, just so that people will be happier. They are Africans, so we're gonna let them have a zebra piñata, like here. A dog ball, sure, over here. Rotation line feeder, I love the idea. Let's put that here. Gift box, which we will put here. A prey scented sack. This place is ginormous. We're going to put this here. A chew toy here. And a pumpkin ball. Let's see. Where's an area I've left pretty empty? Here. Oh no, wait, that's not as empty as I thought it was. That's right where the food ball is. Here. Okay. Hopefully that will be enough enrichment for 12 dogs. How's the zoo building going? This particular enclosure is the African wild dogs, which I love these guys. I love looking at them. The different patterns and colors that they have for the dogs, just spectacular. They were on my original list of animals I must have in this zoo, just because, you know, they're very cool looking. They're admittedly not very special animals, but darn it, they look so good. Okay, now it's time to get this shelter built, and I think I'm gonna build them a nice little cave. So what I need to start with here is I need some large... yeah, the babies are really cute, but unfortunately I am not letting the animals in this zoo breed, so we are going to be denied the cuteness of the babies. Okay, let's make sure that this is flat. And yeah, that's about the level that I want there. And then the roof is about that level. And now I'm just getting rid of the shelter that I was using because it was just a guide. So duplicate and advanced move. We're going to turn random rotation on so that things don't look all samey same. But yeah, for the most part, this is to disguise the way the land scoops here. There's not much I can do like with the rest of the, like, it does it kind of like all along here, but I don't want to put rocks all the way along there, but I can at least disguise this section. So we're going to give them a nice little cave to sleep in. Whoops. Built a cave for one of my zoos in the Dole. I just sculpted the terrain. Yeah, I would sculpt the terrain, but I have a barrier going through here. And the terraforming, it behaves very strangely when it encounters barriers. So I will not be doing that. I will not be sculpting for the cave here. It's going to be purely construction. And it's basically going to occupy this whole corner here. I'm not going to finish it quite yet. I'm just going to block it in. Then I'm going to bring in the rest of the dogs, and we're going to figure out how much space I actually need. Waiting for the DLC packs for Australia and Oceania to come out, so make a replica of the zoo. Oh, I see. Yeah, the packs they're taking their time putting in the packs. If for the console version. Okay, I need. Ooh, this is nice and lumpy. I think I'm gonna use this. Just I am going to have difficulty because the walls are so uneven here. So we're just gonna have to do it like the semi-fancy way, and it's gonna end up sticking through the wall, and that's gonna be fine. But it's just like I don't want to be manipulating too many vertices at once because it gets very weird. Don't mind waiting. Also, one of the zoos in my home country is making an enclosure to hold the elephants in another zoo, and according to the keeper, they said it'll be the largest enclosure. Oh, well, yeah, elephants. Rotate. No, rotate. This is what I meant about, you know, having to work with too many vertices at once. I'm not as happy about what's going on back here because it's very samey same. I'm not loving that. Whoop. Oh, I only got one. No, I wanted two. Give me two. There we go. Thank you. I also saw the fairy penguins, cuter in the wild in captivity. My little brother. Well, I've only ever seen video of fairy penguins, but they do look so tiny and adorable. Whoa, let me bring this over here. Maybe we can make this wall slightly less. Let's see here. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just want it to be nice. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, that looks appropriately lumpy. One zoo build and planning on making an exhibit known as the Tiger Cafe. Cafe connected to a tiger enclosure. Oh, nice. Okay, so let's put the rocks away for the moment. We're going to see who else has passed quarantine. You, and you. Okay, come on with me. I will probably put some plants in here because otherwise it's large and barren. But since they're happy enough without plants, it'll be fine for the moment. I can figure out the cave and then I can figure out the plants. I'm planning on making an exhibit known as the Tiger Cafe. Thick glass barriers and hiding spots. Ah, yeah, okay. Alright, so question is... Hey, Sabira, can you perceive shelter? You can! That is perfect. And I didn't change too much of your ground area, so we're still looking good on those respects. I suspect that once all 12 dogs are in here, I'm going to need more coverage for the cave area. So I'm just giving them all a minute to arrive. If it has a roof, then they'll see. Yes, it's not the, like, they'll definitely see this as shelter, and they are using it as shelter. But the question is, once all the dogs are in, is it enough shelter? You see. And oh, the last two have passed their quarantine, so let's bring them in as well. Oh, wait a minute. There we go, okay. I think that should be all of them. on their way. But it's also like, have I put in enough enrichment for 12 dogs? Oh, and I'm definitely not educating the populace enough about the wild dogs. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, African wild dogs, education. And we set this to African wild dog, and we make sure that it is loud enough to cover the whole viewing area. And over here, the dogs are very popular. Oh, that is upside down. Okay. And set this to African wild dog. I'm just going to set it to 7 for now. Whoop. Set this to African wild dog. And it's okay if I overlap these because they're saying the same thing. So I can get full coverage and I don't get yelled at by the game for overlapping them. What I will get yelled at eventually for is the fact that this sign is upside down. So let's flip that sucker over. And actually let's bring it a little lower so that it's more comfortable to read. Like that. Okay, have we got all 12 of them in here yet? Oh, no, wait, there's at least one more. Why I always put the education board and turn the animal on. Yeah, I always wait until the animal is actually here. Let's see here. How many animals have we got in here? 12. And they're getting grade 3 food because why not? Okay. Oh, it's a box full of puppies. Alright, let's see here. See, now that all 12 of them are in there, they don't quite have enough hard shelter. And the space is getting a little twitchy as well. They've still got enough space, but only by 1 meter squared. I don't think I can actually put very many plants in here. Oh, okay, it's scratching. All right. So going to have to extend the hard shelter without losing more land. And I should be doing this from the top, not from the bottom, I just realized. But yeah, we're gonna have to use the actual walls as the walls of the cave, I think. Because I'm going to, if I do any more stone, I'm going to lose the, I'm going to lose the 1 meter of space that I had to spare. Okay. I'm just trying to smooth things out here so that it doesn't look too weird. Actually, before I smooth out the outer edge, do y'all have enough hard shelter now? Yes, yes you do. Okay. Alright. Edge smoothing power. After I make the tiger cafe, which animal should I make a cafe for? Well, I have to say I really love the decor pieces for the Asia areas. So I would say like making a red panda cafe, or a panda or a regular panda cafe would come immediately to my mind. Or possibly going with, like, say, a North American cafe, since that would be exotic for your Oceania Zoo. And of course, I do have an affection for North America myself, so maybe add some rock support. So yeah, I am thinking about that. I'm just trying to make things look good here. I think maybe I'm going to like do a little like that, maybe? Did I take away space? Please say no. I did. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna have to do this with the smallest ones that we've got. Turn angle snap back on. Turn random rotation off. Yank this thing upright. Just pop this in underneath this outer edge here. I've got to be very careful about how much space I take away from them now. I don't want to remove dogs. We'll put one like here. As I can't easily make this enclosure bigger with the way that I constructed it, so do an America Cafe would be called the Capybara Cafe. Oh yeah, the track list that I'm using here is it's called Game Lo-Fi Game Beats, and I'll admit that I personally do not recognize every theme that shows up, but there's definitely recognizable things in there. Okay, I like how that cave looks. Do y'all still like your... Oh no, I took away just a little bit too much space. Oh dear. How do I give them space back? How? Where? Okay, I have an idea. If I take this wall and pull it out just a bit, and then extend this wall, I think I should get some more space without completely breaking everything. I hope. Okay, if I bring this like here, okay. And then we'll take these. Realize that I need more than just those two. Let's take what is I know for a fact is entirely too many. Like this. Like that? Yeah. And then tweak this like this. Oh, not quite good enough. We need like 2 pixels more this away. Whoop, too far. That'll do nicely. We'll just line it up here like this. And delete. And, oh, you're really gonna do this to me this way, huh? Okay, fine. Push this in here like this. And in there like that. Then on this side, we pray for mercy. We do not get it. Like that. And like that. Oh, may this add the tiny little bit of space that I need back. Okay. And barriers. Grab this whole flat panel. And yank it here. And And add a post. And tuck it in there. Oh, please let it be enough. Please let it be enough. Alright, Harith. Recalculate, please. I've done it! I did it! In the future, I'm going to be making a Legend of Zelda-based zoo. Oh, that is going to be fun. That's the thing, like, Legend of Zelda is, it's a very, what is the right word? Lush. It's very green. And I do not want this being visible, so could I... Much better. Basically, I didn't want people coming out here to look through this wall. It just looks weird. So there's actually a solid barrier here that they can't see through. And make sure this is upright. It is. Make sure this one's upright. It is. Alright, good. Alright. So there do seem to be a lot of people coming to see the dogs, which makes me feel very sad that I forgot to put donation bins. I mean, I don't actually have any budget concerns, but I'm just going to put a donation bin right in there. And, Okay, you know what? I'm just going to put this here. It's a little further away from the viewing area than I normally like to put these, but it's a spot where it seems to fit. But yeah, we seem to be doing well here. Downside of using rocks is they have huge hitboxes. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, I was being careful to try and make it so that the rocks were low enough that they can climb up on them. But yeah. Oh yes, and we should make sure to give them some bedding up in here. So let's give them some nice straw. Really blends right into the rock, but it will make the dogs happier, so. Okay, we are a little short on enrichment for the number of dogs that we've got, so I remember that they did, they were able to use the sprinkler. So let me see if I can find, there we are. No, that's the bubble machine. That's the sprinkler. We will give them their own little sprinkler, like right here. Which has done some really weird things to the terrain. Did that change things too much? The enrichment went down. Because the area went, okay, so, the sprinkler can't go there. Sorry, guys. We need to put the sprinkler in a place where it's not going to terraform things. What about right here? That doesn't change the terrain very much at all. So hopefully... Nope. Oh, when one sprinkler is too much. What did I do? I didn't change anything inside here. Why do they suddenly not have enough space again? Well, I can bring this out a bit further, I guess. Now that I've done this bit that I did, it's fairly easy. So... we'll just bring this out another ka-chonk over here. I don't know why I'm not getting a flat line out of this anymore, but it's really starting to irritate me. Oh. Like that. And like this. Surely this is going to be enough space, right? Is that all inside the wall now where it's supposed to be? Yes. Alright. Alright, Lycan, I'm sorry to interrupt what you're doing, but I really need you to recalculate your area, please. We're back in the green. We're still really low on enrichment, though, so this could get really weird. Like, I thought for sure I'd put in enough enrichment, but apparently I did not. We'll give them a sprinkler here. Yeah, I just gotta love how the enrichment stuff takes up so much space. We'll give them another cardboard box. We've got a bunch of extra space this time. We do... Okay, how are we doing? 80%. What do you need more of? Not enough food enrichment for all the dogs. Okay, that, you know, that kind of makes sense. You know, I love these spinning feeders, so let's put in a second one. Okay, we still have enough space. And now we have enough enrichment. Yay! You know, for the thing that's supposed to be the main viewing area, this is very unpopular. Admittedly, I shouldn't be surprised that this is the area they want to come to because, you know... But anyway, the next thing was that I figured that since I did this here, I should do a sign for the Wolverines, which is going to be interesting. Oh yeah, did I ever... Okay, there's no climbing on this anyway, so... Group edit. Is this a grid piece? It is. Excellent. Okay. Whoop. Okay, gonna bring this here. This is, I think, exactly what I want. Not the exact place that I want, but... Okay, and split from group so that it is its own group. And... I am going to want to put some sort of base on this one, just because I think that'll look nice. So I am going to hover it just a little. And duplicate. I honestly cannot see how I would need more than 2. Alright, back to Noto font. And you know what? Let's continue using the 3D. I might end up needing 3 of these things, but we'll see. So, sink that W in a bit. And what color to make it? That's the question. Well, the yellow absolutely did not work with the wild dogs' wood, but I bet it would look better. No, actually it does not. Let's take us to a more of a French green. Oh, there we go. Okay, I like that color. Let's go with that. Now, can I spell Wolverine off the top of my head? That is the question. W-O-L... V... E... R... Is my kerning changing as I go? Should this V be further away from the L? N. E. Yeah, I am going to need another panel. I am not sure about the V. I may have to think about that for a little bit, but what I do definitely know is that I need another one of these. I hate figuring out my own kerning. Why does this game not let me type? Come to think of it, there is actually a Wolverine illustration. Hold on a moment. Let me leave that there. Wolverine. Let's see, if we put this here, and then we come over here, and we 180 that sucker. Where'd it go? Crouching foxswine, hidden Wolverine. Okay, and then we take the word and center it between the butts. I'm liking that. Now I think for the base I want to be going for some rocks. So we're gonna go back to the taiga. Not the cladding, but I do want something. Close, but yet no cigar. What if I, like, started with the cladding? No, I don't think this is right. That ain't right either. I mean, this is closer. Let's see what happens if I work with this. I will have to move my Wolverines. No, I don't actually like this. This is just way too smooth. Oh, that's just too big. What if I... Yeah, this is very difficult to line up, to be honest. But it might be kind of what I'm looking for. Because this is going to make sure that it's irregular. See, and now this song isn't even a video game song. Like, I know this song. And this is definitely not from a video game. You know, that works for me. That works for me. I like that. Now, did I get it mostly centered on this area? Not exactly. Let's just, I'm just gonna scooch it this way just a little. I'm still not 100% sure what to do with either side, but as far as, you know, making a Wolverine sign, I'm rather liking this. But one thing I do want to change. This and this. I would think I want to move them up a little more. So that they're kind of standing on the same plane as the word. I can't put labels on every area, unfortunately, because I just didn't build things in that way. But here at least. Like, I could have put a label like this on the bears, but given what I already did over at the bears, I can't put one on now. Like, if we go over here to visit my glorious grizzlies, I did have a space here where I could have put a sign, but I kind of filled it with other stuff. But we still have bears here, so it's kind of a sign. That's definitely bears. So as long as you know what a bear is kind of shaped like, you're pretty good. There's a tour happening over at the Arachnids right now. That's why we have the echoing sound. And of course we have the sign for the African crested porcupine because the building just didn't look right without it. I do wish people would actually stop to look at the porcupines though. It would be really nice. Oh yeah, okay, we have the Wolverines labeled. I feel like maybe I should put a light on this, but... The only lights I could put on would be along the top, and I don't really want to do that with the 3D text. So we're gonna... We're gonna suffer. We're just gonna suffer the way things are. Now, a little bit of work over here by the snake garden. I've been thinking that this area really needs a tree. Especially since this wall is just completely blank. I feel like I could use a small tree. I don't know if taiga is quite the right place to be. Oh, I did get some new stuff out of the workshop recently. And you know what? One of these black willows will actually look really nice there, but okay, let's just put them up here for now. I think that this one is going to be just the thing that I'm looking for. So you know, I'm definitely not keeping these here, so I'm just gonna move this. Woo! We'll bring it down here. Okay. Yeah, I was right. A tree is just what this space needed. I'm just gonna... Why did a dog just arrive? All 12 dogs were in there. One moment, I need to check my number of dogs. Hello? No, 12 animals. Why? Why? Well, things are still fine here. Welfare is still at 100%, so I'm just resolved to not think about it too hard. But yeah, look at that. A tree really made a lot of difference. And also, I'm gonna take one of these street lamps and I'm gonna pop it down here. Because I feel like that's a safety. I like that people actually use this little seating area that I set up for them. I appreciate the fact that they're using that. You know, with the tree and the long grass, I'm not sure that I actually want to put anything else in this area. Like, if I just take the long grass and pull it out. I like that. That works for me. I'm gonna call that good. Do I want to use either of these other black willows? This one's a little big for my purposes for anything. This one's real cute. I think I'm just gonna leave them be though. So let's let's just get rid of the rest. You know, for something that I just picked up in the workshop on Saturday, I didn't expect to use it so soon, but I'm quite pleased with that. And I do feel like I need something here as well, especially since we have this rest area. So I think I would like something to fill in this grass bit. Didn't I have a blueprint of some, like, gardens? Like vegetable gardens? Walled garden. Rustic garden collection? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, maybe they weren't called garden. Well, they weren't called vegetable. Plant walls. Terracotta planters. Shelf planter. Potted plants. Ah, here we are. Conservation vegetable planting pack. Let's just take these up. Whoop. No. Game, we've talked about this. We've talked about this. I just want you to be above the roof line. Thank you. It's like if I put in some of these that don't involve sunflowers, there are plenty of animals around this area that eat plants, so, you know, they're growing them fresh for themselves. I kind of like the squash set that's going on here, but it's not big enough. You know, this might be exactly the right size. Oh, no, it is too small. Unexpected. Well, that's a bit of a sadness to my heart. And the 2x4 is the biggest size that this person has made. That's a pity. Well, it was worth a thought. As I might be able to do something by jigsawing them together. So, like, if we take this... just sort of put it in here like this. I will figure out bed edges in a bit, but... And let's take this. Oh, that's way more than I intended to take. Okay. take this. Like this. And then we'll just take this thing and realize that the levels are not the same. Great. Okay. Come on, give me the other one too. I need the other one too. Give it to me. All right, we got all of it. Bring that up. And over. I've still got like extra space. So, okay, you know what? Take all of it. We're gonna bring it out here. Okay, okay. I kind of like the tomatoes in this one. But I don't want the sunflowers. So oh, guests think tickets are underpriced, do they? Well, let's do something about that. Red pandas are still the most appealing habitat species. Okay, $25. We're gonna take that up to 30. Look at what the dogs have done for us. Now, where was I? Oh yes, I was... bringing this like over here. Actually, just tuck it just a little like that so that I have a little bit of space on that side. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is like I'm going to build a wooden planter barrier around all of this. Okay, have I lined up my dirt? Yes. Okay, and while we're here, I'm just gonna hop into this group and remove the sunflowers because they're facing the wrong way. And what is this? Carrots and onions? Kinda? You know what? I kinda like this one. Let's go with this one. Make it about the same height. Line up the front edge by some sort of miracle. And then this. We duplicate that this way. And then I'm gonna leave the plants alone for this bit. We're just gonna move the mulch. Like that. Okay, let's get into this group because I want to adjust it. We want to duplicate the cauliflowers. Like that. And then we want to take the whole group and make sure they're on the mulch. Like so. I don't know why you would only have 2 cauliflowers. Animals need to be fed, darn it. And then shift over to this group. Give this a nudge this way. I can't make this work, can I? There, it's just that's too big. Are the daisies smaller? No. Dang, they did not use any small pieces, did they? Wait, these are, no, these aren't small. These are overhanging by a great deal anyway, so we gotta nudge them in like that. And like this. I'd like to have the flowers, not the ivy, please. Please stop giving me the ivy. will it only give me the ivy now? Only the ivy exists. What if I squished it? Haha! I win. Bring a little bit of this over here. Like we're just, we're gonna set up like a little overlap here and there so that it's much harder to tell that they're different things. The ivy continues to be too prominent. We'll just squish it a little bit and hopefully be able to grab the poppies. Oh boy, oh that's huge. Alright, we're gonna leave the poppies alone, I guess. What about the... Can I have the buttercups? Because those are actually small. And close enough to what's going on over here that it won't look too weird, I think. Okay, I think I win a little. Okay. And the rest of these are gonna have to go away. So it is a pity about the zucchini, but I really don't think there's any way I could make them fit without taking away the cabbages. Wrong ones! Wrong ones! Come back! Let's make sure I only delete the garden beds I'm not using. Yeah, I knew I had some garden beds in my blueprints somewhere. I just had to find them. Okay, I've nearly got all of them now. Whoops. Oh, that was one of my bushes down below. Okay, there we go. I know I put them down up here because it was convenient, but I'm starting to rethink having done that, but it's way too late now. I am glad that I lifted them to above roof height, though. That was definitely one of my better moves. Oh, there's still some here. This person made a lot of them. Hopefully I'll find a use for them elsewhere. But just having found a use for them here... Okay, but now I need like something, a border. So, I want to use wood because, wood. Did I, like, not actually line up the roof here? Oh, I did not. This corner is a little low. I think I should probably fix that while I'm looking at it so I remember. Let's just... There. Oh, that feels a lot better. Alright. Let's see here. Do I want logs? Do I want boards? I should probably use boards so that it matches the building. I think the conservation slats, their natural color is pretty close to this, although the Australian logs are pretty darn close. Only the short ones, though. The tall one's gone all Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna... like this. We'll figure out corners at some point, but for now I'm just gonna... Yeah. This is gonna do it. This is gonna work. Okay, we just turn off climbing on both of those. Then we duplicate and bring that over here. Eyeball that sucker. That's good enough. Oh. Want to turn on angle snap. Like that. Yeah, you know what? Doing it like that works for me. Like so. And and as thick as I can get away with it on this side, which is this thick. That. Whoop, no, not that. That. Bring it out here. Like this. Yeah, the corners look a little weird when you look at them closely, but I can avoid looking at them closely. Like this. Like that. Like that. See, and this is why I made sure to disable the climbing on these before I started duplicating them all, because now I don't have to worry about turning it off. It's already turned off. Yeah. That works pretty well for me. Do want to move this pumpkin a bit more though. It used to be like that. This pumpkin somehow looks okay, but this one is, it was inside the wood too much. There we go, there we go. Yeah. That fills in that space just about perfectly. I like it. I am gonna need to like fill in this space with plants. Well, honestly, there's a lot of area that needs to be filled in with plants, but I'm trying to do this in like bite-sized pieces so that I don't end up, so I end up not overwhelming myself, basically. And part of the awesome thing about this is that like some of these are actual plants, which means that I am getting the benefit of plants as well as the benefit of decor items. And for some reason, the guests get more from plants than they do from decor items, which I will never understand. But it means that the negative impact on guests that these buildings are having it's become absolutely minuscule. Like that's never going to touch anything where any guest is going. That is spectacular. Okay. There's still areas that need to be filled in. I have an idea for this, and basically what I want to do is make a fake enclosure here. Once again, with the blueprints that I just recently picked up, there's one of them in here somewhere that is basically it's static images of animals that don't exist in the game yet. So I'm thinking I might put one of those animals, one of those nocturnal animals in here. But I haven't decided which one out of the pack. And I'm not even sure, like I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what the pack was called. I also have this Eurasian Eagle Owl, which I hope to install somewhere. I think this might be a little small for an Eagle Owl though, they are very large. But yeah, it was an absolutely gigantic animal pack, so the question becomes what it actually looks like in here. Can I even find it? I'm not finding it right now. What is this? New World Sculpture Collection. Oh, it's a bear in a box. Got a bunch of statues. Halloween, that's the Halloween pack that I was looking at last week. A bunch of fake paths. Massive collection of squash. Rustic market. Yeah, the problem here is that I have so many things that I have gotten from the workshop that finding what I'm looking for is what did he call it? Was it animal? Let's try animal. Let's see. Animal information stands, animal presentation, Australia, shelter, Drax statues and animal. That's it. Thank you, Drac. We're gonna. Whoop. Well, that's definitely high enough. But I want to take it to an area where I haven't got so much stuff built. So, yeah, we're gonna put it here. Oh, it made its own dirt. I'm so not amused by that. But yeah, these are various pieces that Drac made for his own zoos that he is providing for the rest of us. And most of what I was interested in was over here. Let's see, we have a giant salamander, lowland paca, African polecat, white-bearded civet, small-toothed palm civet. Now, as far as I can remember, there aren't any civets in the game at the moment. We have an eye and flying squirrel and a southern opossum, a golden brush-tail possum. Like, possums are definitely nocturnal. We aren't going to be putting in manatees because I'm not going to set that up. I refuse. Similarly with the salamander, I don't want to deal with actually building that. So, but I don't believe that there are any civets currently in the game. I'm gonna double check. Civet. Nope, no civets. So we could put in a civet, we could put in an opossum. We already have enough bats, so I will be avoiding the large flying fox. There's the gray-bellied night monkey, which we could put in for the person who keeps asking for monkeys. But yeah, it's very difficult to decide. And also, I'm really disliking how this made a whole bunch of earth right up here. So I'm not going to deal with this just at the moment. We're just gonna make that whole mess go away. Eventually, I will decide what I actually want. But yeah. for the moment, I'm feeling pretty good about what I got done over here. It's maybe... Oh, I missed a garden. Let's take care of that floating cabbage. As I do like that tree. I'm very glad that I picked that up in the workshop. It's an excellent tree. There is a person in the workshop who goes by Captain something, I believe. Let me just... Actually, let's go back to nature because I think it says... No, it doesn't say. Oh man, it doesn't have the credit. That is unfortunate. But yes, there is a person there who has been making various foliage, trees and mostly trees and that sort of thing that are not available in the game. We also have some custom grasses by the same person. Excellent decorative grasses, some of which double as bushes, which I do hope to use in the snake garden at some point. But yeah, we got a bunch of beautiful things that I would have a hard time creating for myself. Like they made some actual butterfly bushes out of the Bedelia. Which, if I were going to have butterflies in this zoo, I would definitely be planting these all over inside there, but I don't actually need that at the moment. I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to use them for other garden areas, but yeah, I've got a whole bunch of things that I just recently added, and a few things that I reminded myself that I had. Like the Eurasian eagle owls are not the only owls that I have. I just need to remember where to find the other owls. I believe they were mixed in with a bird pack that I got. But yeah. Problems for future Foxmine. Future Foxmine will figure out various places to put owls. But yeah, I am glad that people are coming to see the wild dogs. That's nice. But yeah. So I'm going to move on from fooling around with the snake garden because I could do that for actual days. And I'm going to be turning my attention over here to this monster of a block square that I'm going to be putting some animals in eventually. But what I'm going to be starting with is some terraforming. And setting aside what's happening there, this level that the train track is on is something that I want to continue over here. I will be changing that again later, but for what I have in mind, we're going to do this in short grass. I'm going to make this very large. I'm going to use flatten to foundation, working from here. Basically, I just want this whole zone that I'm going to be working in to be flat. which we have now accomplished with the glorious side effect of having cut the grass to make things really easy to see. And then what I want is a 4-meter path. I don't actually want it to be in the slate though for this. I think I want one of the wooden paths for this. But do I want the beech board or do I want the lodge wood? Or do I go with the log rounds? I think for now I'm gonna go with the log rounds. I don't know if that's gonna be my final decision, but alright, and what I want to do is raise this so that it's just high enough for the train to go under it, which is here. So this is my magic path level now. Now, why aren't you letting me... Didn't I select that grid? I'm pretty sure I did. Why are you not letting me? Okay, that was really weird. This is where I realize that I need to do a little more adjustment before I can do this step. Hold on for a moment. This is more here. Yes. Alright, back to the paths. Align to grid. This is the reason why I flattened this whole area, by the way. Because I want to try and do something fancy. I'm not 100% sure I can pull it off, but I want to try to do something fancy. So what I'm gonna do... Two, three, four, 5. Gonna make a square. And then... like this. As people who have stopped by my streams before may remember me saying something about how I was going to hashtag. Yeah. Like that. The thing is that this is going to be an extremely large enclosure. And I just kind of wanted to make sure that everybody could see. This was the best idea that I could come up with. As unfortunately, this is the absolute lowest that I can make the path, which is something I'm going to have to work around. But Okay, into construction. We're going to the walls. We're getting rid of wood. And actually, we are going to glass. Now, the thing that would make me happiest is if I had a curve. But I'm not sure I can do that and still look the way that I want this to look. So I may well have to go with the square instead of the curve. It's just something I'm probably going to have to live with. Now, I don't actually want the modern wall because it's not recolorable. What I want is the well, this is apparently the closest I'm going to get to a curve. The problem is that like I would want the tunnel to be curved, not just the start and end of it, because I want to be putting multiple segments along here. Basically, I want this all to be a glass wall going along here. It looks like I'm probably gonna have to build this myself, though, which is a great sadness to my heart. That's not what I was trying to get. I was think we are going to be working with these today. And putting on my own roof, which will mean that I can put on a curve eventually, but yeah, is this an open window or is this a closed window? That's the question. Is there actually glass here? Gonna have to find out. Ooh, there is not. There is not. Can't use those. Not like that. I refuse to use something that I have to put a window into. I don't want the arching ones. It is a pity about the large window thing. It would work if I wasn't trying to stop the animals from doing terrible, terrible things, but... Alright, we're going to be going with the prison bars then. It's definitely not going to be white, but for the moment, I'm just going to pop that down. And once it's down... Hey, weren't you recolorable? Oh yes, there you are. Okay. I want this to be... I think maybe like... Yeah, you know what? That's really nice. I like that. Let's go with that. And just going to be working through here. Because if I get this all set straight... If I can get this corner lined up the way I want... then the others will fall into line, is the general idea. Actually, you know what? Let's be super safe about this. We'll take it all the way over here. I am having a very interesting time with this. I've set my walls differently everywhere. Oh dear. One moment while I recover, hopefully. Okay. Now, this is on the inside of the line. Okay, they're both on the inside, so we make sure to get it on the inside over here on both sides. And make sure to get it on the inside here. And on the inside, consistency. Consistency is going to be the key here. Why? Okay, why does that line up but this one doesn't? Did I do something wrong? Oh, I did. I did do something wrong. Okay, these walls are in the right place, but my uprights are not. Inside. Like so. And then they line up. Okay. That is probably more than I needed to build, so I'm just going to we're going to juggle this until we're sitting equidistant everywhere. Gaps will be dealt with. It's but first we gotta get okay. That's the way we do it, yes. And then be uplifted. We want you to be level with the, like that. Yes. Okay. So the idea is that the hashtag here is going to be lined with glass walls, and our animals are going to be running around down here. And the only viewing is going to be if you climb up into the hashtag. That's the plan. So, whoops, nope, that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to edit. The only problem is that I don't quite know how far out this way I'm going, but the idea is to build the viewing tunnels and the habitat all together as a single unit. And then leaving enough space for the wolves, because there are going to be wolves down here. I really feel like... you know, I feel like I should be on the inside of this block as well. Like, if I put myself on the inside, then it's on the wood. Yeah, so... I'll figure out something to do with the corners, but for now I think that design-wise, this is what I want. So... we'll figure out something for the corners, I promise. So like that. So yeah, this is going to be possibly one of the squarest enclosures that I've built in the zoo yet. But I feel like it's probably going to be worth it. At the very least, it's gonna look cool. And who doesn't want the thing to look cool? So... whoops. Nope, not there. Like that. And it's my hope to like raise the ground in the middle here so that the wolves will be closer to coming up to eye level with the humans. I just don't know that I've actually made the space big enough here. I may have to make this even bigger now that I look at it. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna have to make a bigger square. Because a 5x5 square is not resulting in a large enough center. So let's leave the editing because I'm gonna have to redo a whole bunch of it. We need to keep this corner basically because we've got all this going on here. So we expand this way and that way. Now grab the grid piece. One more, maybe? Like this. Like this. Gonna be a much larger enclosure. We might be able to put more than 10 wolves in here, which is what my notes had. But I think that for my mental vision, this is actually much closer to what I was thinking. Because this gives enough space in the center to raise it up without the wolves having to turn themselves into mountain goats, which is very important. Okay, let's get in here and let's take all of this. And we'll just grab all of this for now because that'll make it easiest, I think. Move that there. Yeah, that's and move this here and put this here. And then take this. And move it here. And like this. Whoops. No. Let's just go at it from the other side to make sure I do it correctly then. Okay, make sure I have 3 going out on each side. Yes, like that. Okay, yeah, that feels much more in line with my vision. So okay, and I need some solid walls. Not glass walls. We're not done with the glass, but we're putting it aside for now. I need something that will go with this pale yellow that I've chosen. The Australian walls are close, but they're a little too orange, I think. They are terribly close. It would be nice to have an excuse. I'm gonna think about that while I see if there's anything else. Not the bamboo, definitely the wrong thing for wolves. We could go with breeze block. It's not recolorable though, and it's kind of ugly. I prefer to use this for, like, say, backstage areas if I'm doing that sort of thing, or if I've built, say, a tiger house or something like that. That will be the doorway into the tiger house sort of thing. It's very cement block. It's unattractive. Red brick I'm definitely not going to use. You do not want to use that in large quantities. It'll make your eyes cross is what it'll do. If you have a giant unrelieved wall of this, it's very difficult to look at, actually. There is the conservation walls. I think we might have the problem with giant unrelieved ughness on this one again. I think I want something with a pattern, but not something that is so, like, a larger pattern than what the conservation walls or the brick are giving me. We could go with corrugated iron. It is recolorable. It's a little industrial for this zoo, though, isn't it? I've been using a lot of wood and stone and stuff. It might be a bit much to go and. It does kind of go with the theme of the glass, though, so it's another thing to bear in mind. Dry stone definitely is not going to look right with the glass. It's just too heavy. The color is too dark, and it's not recolorable. We have the rustic walls, which are still. I'm thinking that it might be a bit much with the glass. Recolorable as it is. We have the wooden plank walls, which are very similar to the Australian walls, but a little darker. It would be hard to decide between this and the Australian wall. You'd think that it would be difficult to look at this in a large quantity, like with the brick, but for some reason it's not, and I've never put my finger on exactly why. We're going to skip right past the ice blocks because I already know they're not going to be the right thing. We have the Indonesian temple brick, which has the advantage of being recolorable. And this might actually work if I hit upon the right color. Like if I manage the right color combination, this could work. I am leaning a little towards the Australian wood though. I thought that it might be too bright for this zoo, but I do kind of like the way that it looks against the glass walls that I did here. There's the limestone, which we run into the opposite problem with this one. Dull, 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 dull. There's the log walls, which definitely do not look right with the glass. We have the metal clad walls, which are not recolorable and thus are not going to work for this. Same with the metal plank walls. I believe they're not recolorable, and we have a bit of our after I've done all of this in the pale yellow, I'm going to find something that goes with the yellow and is also thick enough to hide the opaque walls that I'm going to be using for the enclosure. That which also means that the Oceanian woven bark is not actually something that I would be using, simply because it's a very thin wall, which is useful in some situations, but when you want to hide a barrier inside it, doesn't work quite as well. We have the painted brick, which, you know, has the same problem as the red brick, honestly. But yeah, you know what? No, the sandstone's way too orange. Snow, definitely not. The stained wood, no. I don't think I want to go with the temple stuff, especially so close to the, like, we have the Twilight Masonwork, which I think has, yeah, once again, we're talking about something that just doesn't look right with the glass windows. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna go with the Australian wood. I think I like this color combination. Okay, so I'm going to start over here. And like that. And it does look like I'm going to have to sink this just a little. Whoops. Yeah, this is what my outer wall is going to be looking like, with one minor addition. This is way too much wall for wolves, but this is basically to make the glass tunnels look cool. We're going to fully impale them through the walls. So we're also, whoops, going to have a little 1 meter on top. Like this is entirely too much wall to be holding in wolves. Let's but this is gonna look really neat. So yeah, that's the way that the plan goes. What's happening on this side is going to be special, because what I want to do is I want to bring the train along the wall and have the train be the only thing that has ground level viewing of the wolves. They won't be able to see the whole thing because of the hill that I'm going to be putting in the center, but I want to give them like some windows right in between the paths here, and then the paths come over the train tracks and down on the other side of the train tracks. That is the plan. It's a very fancy plan. And it's also why I'm building this wall next. Make sure that I line up. And I am going to have to sink this whole rigmarole just a little bit. Just so that we don't have the ridge coming through the path like that. Although I could just leave it there like a lintel. It's very tempting to just leave it there like a lintel. Because everything is like lined up so perfectly right now. I'm gonna have to think about this. Yeah, we're going to... like that. Like, I don't want these windows to be too much into the ground. Difficult choices. I am having them. Well, I'm gonna continue thinking about this while I try and get these other walls in here. So yeah, I just want to make it so that the only way to see the wolves is going to be by coming into the hashtag. Hashtag you're mine now. Or by taking the train. That's the plan. Hey. Now, why is it so difficult to get this to cooperate? Is it trying to sit on the other, I think it's trying to sit on the... Yeah, that's what it's trying to do, I guess. Very odd. But yeah, I think I am going to have to sink this a bit because it is... This is a little high for a lintel. Okay. Now we just need to get the 1 meter on top. You know, I had kind of envisioned a domed roof on the tunnel, but I think with the way that I'm designing this, that sticking with the extreme squareness is the way to go, and I should just put a flat roof on this. I'm not putting the roof on yet, though, because I want to mess around with some other things first. Like getting the train track in there. Which is also going to involve some other interesting things. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish drawing my square. Like that. And then I'm going to just drop the level of this whole thing just a touch. Just far enough that the wood doesn't show through the path. There we go. And this is definitely not the right path for this now, because it's this super dark path in a super light situation. So I'm gonna have to contemplate what path to actually use here. Although, you know, come to think of it, that doesn't... I'm gonna have to think about that. I'm really gonna have to think about that. Oh, and this piece of path needs to go goodbye because I don't need it anymore. It was for height. And also what I've decided to do is on this edge of the zoo, like this bit of the zoo, I've decided that I'm going to make the train track be the outer edge, which does mean that I need to basically take out the train track, draw in the path that goes around the back of the snake garden, and which will extend a tongue along this way for the Arctic foxes enclosure, and then run the train track along that path and then bring it in to the wolves. I'm not actually sure that that's the best way to go about it. It might be better to just do the main redrawing here and here, and basically like not have a path that comes across here. That might be better. And then this can come across the train tracks for these. And there will be one more enclosure over here, basically. Yeah, so what I need to do is back into terrain. I need to continue flattening the foundation because this all... We're going to be extending out this way some distance that I don't know yet. So what is going to happen is I'm going to take out the train track, and then I'm going to adjust the enclosure and a path that will run along the side of the enclosure, because what I want to do is like bring the enclosure up this way and sort of have a bulb into there. So I will run that path, then I will run the train along that, hopefully meet up back here, and then do the thing with the wolf enclosure here. And these are very ambitious plans, which I'm going to get to right after my break, because I really feel like I should refill my drink. I really should refill my drink and have a quick bio break and stretch and a mental preparation before I get onto this extremely ambitious thing of trying to get the train and the paths to cooperate with each other, which is it's not the easiest thing, but that is the plan, basically. Is I think I'm going to try and keep this train track part the way that it is through here and have it, as originally planned, be the outer edge of the garden. But this path needs to be adjusted for all of this to work. And in order to adjust this path, I need this whole section of train track to not be here. So that's the plan that I'm currently working on. Which I will, not working on, working with. And it's what I will get to right after my break. Actually, just before, before that, I am going to delete this because it's very literally in my way now. And I definitely, actually, let's just, yeah. I've got the 2,000 plus extra space to work with here. So yeah, my terraforming should bear fruit, and without being too much of a problem for the wolves. So I'm just going to delete that so it's out of my way. Everything is getting very ambitious over here. I'm probably going to be deleting this corner of path in order to get things set the way I want them to. The only thing that worries me is that I do have a very sharp turn for the train coming through here. I may have to cross the train tracks on the other side of the wolves. Rather than over here, simply because I'm going to be working with such a tight space. It's possible that this is just going to end up being the edge of where you can travel from here unless you go through the wolves. But hopefully people won't use it as a shortcut the way they do the porcupines. But yes, so that is my plan. I will work on carrying out that plan after I have had my break. The main thing is that I want to make sure that I have there's going to be more space for the Arctic wolves, Arctic foxes than they really need, simply because I have area that I want to fill up. But there is also the path to be considered, so I'll work it out. It's going to end up a lot more oblong than the current, but basically we're going to have viewing for the Arctic foxes going this way, and viewing from the train of the Arctic foxes like over here-ish. At least that's the plan. So I'm just going to pause the game here. I'm going to save because I haven't manually saved yet tonight. There we go. And this is where I'm going to pick up right after my break. So I'm going to go refill my water and have a quick stretch and a quick bio break, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned, and thus it is time for Foxwine's ambition possibly trips her, because it's time to adjust things around what's going on with the train tracks and the Arctic foxes and the wolves and the snake garden and everything that's basically happening up here. So first things first, gotta come in here. We have to turn off the train. Because that's the only time that I can edit the tracks. Nope, don't send me over there. I don't need to be over there. I never need to be over there. I need to be over here. And I want this section of tracks gone. Okay, we're gonna take it back to here. Actually, here. And then we're going to stop editing the train tracks because I've got stuff to do. Now, let me back up this bit of path. Stone slate path 8. We're going to allow it to be 2, just so that I can get some more curve going. Okay, bring it this way. And this way. And around this way. And here. And here. That's way too much space. Oh dear. Okay, undo that. Curve up this way. Like that, maybe? Then we have a little wedge for the foxes here. Yeah, it's still going to be way more space than the foxes need. But it's not quite as out of control. And I'm just going to take this and I'm going to move it like here for now. Just so it's out of my way. Because, yeah, I need to... If I tell it to just auto-connect to that piece there, what happens? Ooh, that's a little ugly. I don't really love that. Whoop. Oh, no, that's absolutely not what I wanted to do either. Belay those orders. Yeah, I think it's that I'm a little too close to the path here, definitely. So I'll go like this. Oh, I like this idea. I like where this is going, literally. Whoop, too far, too far. Belay that. Yeah, you know what? I like that. Alright, now this needs to go. We're just gonna delete everything for a terrifying distance. Okay, there we go. Now this... Excuse you, game. Obey me. Nope, that's definitely... I was right, I'm gonna have to delete this chunk of path. Oh, Lord, that's bad. I would very much like to be able to connect those two pieces of path. I just don't know if I can. And now this one end looks really ugly, but... Whoa! Oh, that ain't right either. Hmm. Oh dear. Maybe I need to back up further. Maybe I need to... The main question that comes to mind is, why is it refusing to pass under this path when I so very carefully measured and flattened the ground to make sure that it would be able to? think I might have it. Or at least as close as I'm ever gonna get. Okay, okay, stop editing. Going to grab my marker. Gonna plonk that sucker down right here, because here is the spot. Like that. Turn the train back on again. Okay, and see if I still have enough clearance to connect this path, which I think I do, but I'm not 100% sure. Hold up. Come on. You did it for a moment there. You did it for a moment there. You managed it. Come on. Okay, we've got it, and it doesn't look hideous. And look at that. The people are all still on it, even. Just gonna move this over here, though. Yeah. Okay, and so then this becomes the edge of the snake garden, and I will have to put fencing along that at some point. As soon as I figure out where this corner is. But I do believe... Yeah, we have the wolves set up for here. Sorry, we have the foxes set up for here. We have the wolves set up for over here. Yeah, this path is definitely not coming across, so I'm going to have to bring the path across over here somewhere. Going to have to figure out how to bring these guys to ground. But yeah, I think I've done what I envisioned. Oh, I still need a fence along here. I could just extend the hedge. I'm gonna have to think about that. But yeah, so as soon as I figure out how this corner works, this is the edge of the snake garden here, and that's the edge over there, and yeah. I think I'm getting control of this. This is another space I'm going to have to fill in with something. But I think the next thing is to connect these, because that's gonna decide a lot. So back to 4-meter path in the log rounds. Okay, if do I have curved slopes? I do. I want those turned off. Okay. Fascinating. Can I get that to connect is the main question. Because if I can, that's kind of perfect. Ooh, I can. Okay. Okay, use T-junction when joining path. Come on. There we go. Oh, you're beautiful. You declined to do the same thing, though. That's interesting. Can I, like, prevent you? No. I mean, we've got the T-junction, but for some reason it's disobeying me when it comes to the curved slopes thing. But I think we live with it because, I mean, it's connecting. Try and get that to be as straight as possible. Okay. Like that. Oh, come on. Why? Okay, will the other one work? Yeah, the other one will go, although it's another slightly ugly staircase, but at least it's kind of obeying the T-junction. It is obeying the T-junction, right? Yes. All right, we'll let it do that. Whoop. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Okay, the main question is... okay. Like, I don't actually want that. I want to have the... or I want them to all be that way, but... do I want them to be that way? It is slightly better. Okay, we're gonna try to get them to all be like this, then. Come on. Come on, baby. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. I believe in you. You had it for a moment there. There you go. That's a good pathway. No, why? Oh, Lord. No. Oh, the ugly. Why are they making curved slopes despite the fact that I turned it off? What if... okay, this is an experiment. What if I took that out? Why? Oh, that's so much worse. Um, why will you not be stairs? Why are you like this? Alright, we're gonna let it go this way just because it's the only way. I can't make them all be the same. It makes me sad. Also, this one really doesn't want to be part of the game. Oh, I see why. It's because of the barrier. It's because the barrier for the pandas is right on the other side. Okay. We understand the problem. Well, we will deal with that problem later. Okay. We need this to be shorter. Yeah, like that. For the love of... Stop trying to touch each other. Okay. And these will be dealt with in a slightly different manner at a slightly later time. Right now, we must propagate slight horror. Where are my pandas? Physically. Are either of them up close to the front here? No. Okay, so we might be able to get this done without the game screaming. Maybe. Take this barrier right here. And we're just gonna put it here. And we need to turn T-junction back on because it always turns that off for some reason. Perfect. Okay, and back into barriers. Take this. Put it back. Make sure that it's still... Oh, it's not still tucked in. Okay, that tucked it back in. This side didn't matter because it was a null barrier. This is all good. Alright, alright, alright. Well, as long as I don't start getting alerts that my pandas have escaped, we're good. Okay. This is making me sad, but I can't change it now. 'Cause yeah, I can't really redraw this path anymore. It's pretty much finished redrawing. The very fact that it's still connected is a miracle. I'm still not sure what to do with this area. Still thinking about that one. But yeah, I seem to have won. And I'm going to unpause and we're going to find out if I am correct. Any alerts? Any screaming? Bells? Whistles? Let's see. Those people are using the info booth. Oh, wait, there's some people who are getting to the train. Okay. This train station is still functioning. There is, in fact, a train waiting in there. Alright. To the other side of the zoo. Anybody... Oh. I should fix that. That should not be sticking through that wall. I didn't realize that it was. There. And people are using this train as well. Excellent. That reminds me though. Oh, right. Back to the other train station. Don't mind me while I fly through everything. I had some planters to put in here. These poor, these incredibly terrible looking blank areas in here desperately need assistance. And possibly a double thick wall because, yeah, that's really sticking out. Let's see, if I duplicate that and I zilch the grid, can I... Oh. Wrong kind of wall. Right kind of wall. Much better. Okay, that's got that hidden now. Whoop. That's the back side of the ticket booth. Okay. The main question here is, how do I want to do this planter thing? Maybe I want to do it in the brown? Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think the brown is going to be... Let me just line this up with the walls properly. Like that. Just line it up with the edge of the queue path, like that. And about yay tall, I think. Maybe a little taller? How tall is that on the child? It's about shoulder high on the child. I think that's good. And like this. I think I made the right choice going with the brown. And wrong way. right way. This might be too long to use it this way, so I might have to rotate it again because I'm being very lazy. Yep, too long. Ah, well. Does mean I'm going to have to bring it back over here to make it the right height. Why is getting it to line up so difficult? Why will it only be above or below? Why won't it line up? Fine, it's going to be 1 pixel above. Line that up with the inside of the path. I'm not sure, but I think that's the right place. But I also need the short bit here, so put that there. And against the wall. Here. And I know that this is not the right spot this way, but it's the right spot this way, so that's what I need right now. And a piece that is correct this way. And y'all can probably see what I'm up to by now. Now the problem here is that the path is not actually straight, but I'm gonna do my best. If I just line it up with the wall, I can live with that. So I'll do it like this. Whoop. Oh, come on, come on. That is deliberate. Okay, then this. Gonna duplicate it and bring it in here. And then this gets moved this way. This gets moved this way. This, whoop, gets duplicated. This is where I should have been using a smaller piece, but like that. And then these get duplicated and sent over to this wall. Good enough there. Whoop. Ah, the laughter of children. Alright, just gonna line that up that way. Then duplicate it over here. And duplicate this over here. Like that. And then this needs to come too far this way so that I can do the rest. So duplicate this into here like this. And then like this. Okay, two planters, reasonably alike in dignity. And then over here in the gardening, we're going to pray that a 4x4 fits. Whoop. I don't want to be in the ceiling. I need to be inside the room where it happens. Like that. And a 4x4 is too big, so I'm going to have to do this in 2x2s. And up nearly to the top, like that. I'm back in the ceiling again. I do not wish to be in the ceiling. I can't see what I'm doing if I'm in the ceiling. And then it becomes a question of what to plant. I think I want something large and fluffy. Not sure the azaleas are big enough. I don't think the azaleas are right. We could use these, but we did use them in the other station, and I would prefer to use, like, different flowers. There's the alpine currants, which are very fluffy but no flowers, alas. The African daisies, which are a real nice pop of color. The sea holly, which is quite spiky. We're not going to be using the classic flower bed stuff because it's a little low-key for what I'm going for here. There's the cordyline, which fulfill the fluffy but not the large. Dutchman's breeches, very fluffy but not very large. Fairy fan. Oh, that fails on both fluffy and large. I mean, there's goldenrod, but it does not look very good indoors, to be honest. There's the Catala orchids, which not quite right, I think. The queen. We could go for the king protea. The teas are also large and fluffy, but they're white, and I don't want to put them in a white building. The nettles don't have flowers, so we'll be passing them aside. The plumeria is a little too low-lying for what I'm going for here. Yeah, you know what? Let's go for the king protea, wherever it's gotten to. There's the monkey orchid. Oh, the monkey orchids are even smaller. Like, if I used a bunch of these. Okay, turn on random rotation. And we're going to sink these ever so slightly, because I feel like they look more realistic if they're just a little bit further down into the dirt. And the thing is, like, the people who are going to the train will walk past these and be like, "Ooh, I have walked past an attractive thing." It raises their happiness. And you know, these are nice and pink. Alright. And similarly, and I mean, yes, I could go up to the next size for doing this planter, but when it comes down to it, I'm a little bit lazy. Yeah. I mean, if it were a real zoo, we couldn't do this, because people would come by, they'd be like, "Ooh, a pretty flower," and pick it. But the guests here never pick the flowers. So it's all good. Did I pause while I was... Whoop. No, I did not. I just got lucky in that nobody walked past me while I was trying to do my thing. Cool. Okay, so that takes care of the planters in here. So I can cross that off my to-do list. And I can go back to other interesting concerns that are not too far away. Back to the wolves! Now, one thing that is definitely going to be needed here at the wolves is going to be a staff entrance. And I think it would be best to put it on this side, because this is the staff room that's going... This is the keeper hut and the staff facility that is going to be looking after our wolves. So let's come in here. And yeah, right here. We're going to put a door. And this is away from there, so I should be able to get a staff path to connect right there. At least that's the idea. Okay. Now I think what I want to do is put the glass in the windows and the roof on the building in general. Now the main question is, do I use these for here, or do I use one-way glass? Alright, let's check on the Timberwolves, because that's what I'm putting in here. Relation with humans, confident. So they're probably not going to care. Which is a good thing, considering that I've basically made glass tubes here. So, yeah, what we're going to be doing... I probably should have double-checked that before. I was pretty sure they were confident, but... Okay, we're going to duplicate this. And... Oh, that is a little unfortunate that the frame shows. If I turn it around, do we have the same thing? Ooh, we do not. Magic. Everybody gets to see the wolves the same way. Does it show on the inside? It doesn't. Huh. Weird magic. Slink, hello. Jack the Tomato. Alright, what are you wanting to rename? We've added African dogs to the zoo. We still have more porcupines that you haven't renamed. There is a bear. There's the badgers. There's also staff members. What is your pleasure, Slink? Okay, and while Slink is staff and a keeper. Okay. Well, just give me one moment here. I want to get the roof started so that I don't lose the color here. And then I will be right on that. I want a flat roof. Where's the flat glass roof? There it is. Come on. Get on there. Why am I having such difficulty getting them to line up? Why does that one want to be on top, but the other one wanted to be underneath? You know, I think I like the on top better. Oh, I see what the problem is. The problem is the way it's interacting with the wall. Okay. Alright, that's fixable. We'll just put the other ones on first and then align this. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's find a zookeeper. We have so many now. Still the first animal I'm going to rename is Foxvine Plum. Oh, but you've already renamed an animal, Slink. You renamed one of the porcupines. Okay, I choose Jared Levin here, who is apparently a keeper for the red pandas, to be Jack the Tomato. There we go. Oh, he's also a keeper for the tapirs. He's a very hard worker. There he goes. He works so hard he hadn't had time to shave this morning. But yes, I do remember very clearly, Slink, you renamed one of the porcupines. There we are, Barry Lord the porcupine. She is well loved. Look at that. She's 5 stars. I wish I could have stayed longer. Well, why didn't you stay longer then? Why should I get a negative review because you thought you couldn't stay? Why don't more people come to look at the porcupines? I worked so hard. Oh, wait. No, they're reading the sign. Back to my Timberwolves. And their hashtag. I'm very proud of their hashtag. It's a good hashtag. Actually, come to think of it, this path thing matches that one. So, you know what? This is actually good. Alright, and speaking of... going to extend each of these out here. Put them in jail now that I don't want to stay longer. I mean, the temptation does exist. And to the ground. Stop trying to touch your brother. Okay, fine. Ha! And there. Now I still need to bring this path over and to connect up to here. I'm going to have one more habitat, like over here. I haven't quite decided which one it's going to be yet. Maybe deer. Having deer and wolves basically next to each other is funny to me. But yeah, this path, let's see here. Back to the 8 meter. And slate. Like this. I think I want to bring it this way. Not really sure what I want to do with it past that point though. Stop that immediately. Okay. I'm gonna put a dot here. And apparently a dot here. And here. Like that? Question mark? Sure, like this. Whoop, nope. Bad path. Please stop doing that. And here. excuse you. Here. Why is it just going in a straight line instead of curving? Like that. Okay, and T-junction. And back to the slate path. Like that. Well, now it's forgotten that path exists, so we have to turn on the T-junction again. Alright, come on. Come on, give me something pretty. Pretty enough. There we go. I might put a refreshment area in here. Or maybe a restaurant? That might be just the perfect size of space to put in a restaurant. I do not have a restaurant in the zoo yet. Okay. Progress or something. Back to the slate and the 8 meter. Yeah, you know what? I like that curve. That's a good curve. And then... oh, T-junction. Give me my T-junction. Why does it always turn this off? Like, when would I ever not want that? Like that. I don't love how close this one is to the bridge, but we'll live with it. There. We now have the hashtag fully connected. But yeah, there will be one more enclosure that's like right here. I'm not sure what though, and of course there will be one here. Once again, haven't decided which creature is going to go there. What I'm probably going to do is start working on other zones of the zoo, like up here behind the other behind main station and in the central area, because how far I'm extending down this way, there is plans to put in a lake. Like, I have plans to put in a lake down here somewhere, but I'm not entirely certain where my lake goes yet, so gotta figure that out. It is a pity that I can't put a bridge here, but it's just impossible. There's just no space for the sucker. Like, I have to bring the train around here, or else it doesn't pass close enough to the wolves. So I don't really have a choice there. But yeah, actually I should move this now because I've made a new solid point, which is right around here. Because now that I've crossed over this railway track, let's not talk like Elmer Fudd. I have to go under that bridge, so the train is gonna have to go that way. But yeah, we're making good progress here. But yes, back to the Timberwolves. Or the void where the Timberwolves will be someday. Let's finish getting roofs on this stuff. My visitors will be safe, for the most part. Or at least as safe as I can make them from leaping wolves. As apparently it's bad for your zoo reputation if you let your guests be eaten by wolves. I mean, go figure. Oh, that light glare. Oh boy. Well, now that everybody is mildly blind... There. Now I just need to figure out what to do at the crosshatch of the crosshatch. 'Cause it doesn't feel right. Like I've made the stripes follow the paths. That was the main thing that I was doing here. But then what do I do in the middle? I don't know. What do I do in the middle? I mean, I could just put a plain panel in there, but that just doesn't feel right. I have an idea all of a sudden. Let's see how this looks. Like if I line this up properly. Okay, if I do that... It does not look right with the curve with all the square. What if... Like if I did this? You know, actually, I kind of like that. It's a little weird, but I kind of like it anyway. So, you know, let's do that. And we make sure that we point it into the inner corners. Okay, line that up there. Then over here. Yeah, I like this plan. This is a good plan. I'm glad I had this thought. It's just ridiculous enough to work. I am looking at the wrong corner. Now I'm looking at the right corner. Just line this up. And then line that up. Very avant-garde. Hashtag Foxwine. Okay. I think that is all the building that I'm doing along here. The main thing is I'm not going to be able to use any habitat signs for this. We're going to be going completely by speaker and by God, and that's going to be fun. What I'm probably going to do is put the speakers on the underside of the path, just to out of sight, out of mind them, but still have them so I can access them. But I'm not going to make the speakers part of this construction group because this is complicated enough already. I think I should also use the game railings for this because I really don't want to build railings for this. So actually, let's go to the paths. Let's turn on railing on elevated. Whoops. And maybe not turn it off. And the stairs. Because, yeah, a bunch of these stairs are, like, curved in a little bit of a weird way, so... So I'm just gonna do it this way and make my life less painful. And that will save me from actually having to build the railings. I'm still gonna have to build some sort of bridge thing because these are... I do not like the game supports. They are huge and unpleasant. So I'm gonna have to come up with something. At the very least, I'm gonna have to come up with some pillars for when it's going like this. But that's going to be a problem for future Foxwine. Most of them aren't doing that. Like, except for covering up the really ugly underside of the path thing going on here. But yeah, I want to get to the fun part, which is the terraforming. So, am I still on grass? Because I think I should be on something different than grass. Let's go back to dirt for this. I suspect that this is going to be a square that is too large. I like the height, but I think I might have to shrink this a little bit just to make it accessible. So, actually, let's reduce the height just a little. We'll take it down to 10. And 9? Yeah, let's work with 9. And see, kind of what I want is like a hill-ish thing that the wolves can climb and be like on the level of the path. Let's give it a couple of shoves here. Whoops. Man, the terraforming in this game hates me. The main trick is that, you know, it has to be accessible. Which I'm not so sure that it is. Like, I may not be able to make as tall a hill as I am hoping to here. Just in order to have the slopes not be blocking under the path, I may have to make this a shorter hill. main problem here is that I will not know if this works until I make this into a habitat and bring some wolves in. So... Oh, no, that's not what I wanted at all. Like, the trick is both the wolves and the keepers are going to need to be able to use this hill. So I won't know if I've gotten it right until... Well, I'm gonna have to do it. So, first things first... Timberwolf, arranged by appeal. You are definitely going to be joining our zoo. Uh, 1575 seems to be the average. I'll come back in just a bit. That super pretty wolf. We're definitely having him, though. In the meantime, you know, I'm going about this backwards. I want to start with this. I don't care about the length. Height snap, 1.5 meters? Or 2 meters? Not sure if that's tall enough to make people, Well, we'll see. Now, the main question that becomes is, have I put the path high enough? I have! Life is good. Take this and this. Into the wall. Continuing onward. I will micro adjust once I get the main outline in here, but I gotta be really careful because, well, the paths are only so high. Okay, why are you red? Come on. Thank you. you? That's not what I wanted at all, and you know it. Tuck that in there. Now, the main thing here is that I want the wood wall to be entirely tucked inside. We're not going to worry about where it's crossing the windows just this second. I'm going to make sure that it's completely not visible. Okay, good. Alright, now's when I worry about the windows, because if I don't do this now, I will regret it. So I will move this here. And sure, that works. Okay, so these 3 panels become null barrier. And this goes here. And then back to the pathing, staff path. Interesting. Why? Are we still too close to... Fascinating. Alright, I'm gonna do that. We'll go back to barriers. We'll delete the door. We will put the door back in and the path will connect itself. And that's how you trick a path. And duplicate this over here. Just because. I will also lamp the staircases, but that is a problem for future me. But yeah, hopefully with something going in here, we will in fact have the people using this rest area that I built. Which also reminds me, I put in a whole bunch of new paths, so garbage can here and here and here, also here and here, because these people are pigs! But anyway, now we can at least check one thing, which is habitat staff traversable area. Okay, the staff can do everything but this little bit here, which is pretty awesome. I'm pretty happy with that. That's good. Presumably wherever the staff can go, the wolves can go. But we'll have to find that out. Oh yes, we should probably rename this Timber wolf. Quite a bit of land area. Okay, let's get out of this view before we all go blind. There we go. Alright, let's check on... Ooh, you're very pretty. You're quite pretty as well. Come with me. Do the wolves care about their gender ratio? Nope, they do not. So as long as I have the number of wolves that I am looking for, they will not care. Okay, I choose to believe that the wolves are in fact going to be able to climb this mountain. Okay, so now what I need are the speakers. Educational speakers. Whoop. I put that there. This does not have to be precise. As long as they're reasonably under the junctions, I am fine with it. Which is good because these directionals are really messed up. That's not even on path. That'll do. Oh, because I have random rotation still on. That's why it's messing up. That was my own darn fault. Oh, they're right in there. Will it let me pick an animal I don't have in the zoo? Nope. Well, that's very helpful. Thank you. We still haven't acquired enough wolves. I mean, I have enough wolves that I could just put them in. Let's mess around with work zones here. I am in the southeast. So we will add the timber wolves to that. I'm gonna have to make another work zone for the at least 2 creatures that I'm going to be putting in here. Simply because it's like way too far to run from over here. But that is a bridge I will cross when I've decided what animals I'm putting there. So for now, I'm going to hire 2 keepers because I'm putting in a lot of wolves. So, keeper zone southeast. And keeper zone southeast. There we go. Alright, anybody else really pretty showed up? Ooh, Jorel, hi. nobody really pretty this time. Okay. So let's take these 4 that we have so far. And take a really long trip because we're very high up right now. In you go. Now, according to my calculations, I should have enough space in here for 10 timber wolves. So I have a little under half of the planned timber wolves so far. And what I'm going to do filter species timber wolf. Okay, I'm not going to be doing anything about shelter because that's actually going to take care of itself. The paths are going to be plenty of shelter for them. It's going to be hilarious. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get them to come up to the top of the mountain by putting their food tray here. I am going to have to do a little smoothing after doing that, but the water pipe I'm going to actually put down by the train windows. So I'm just going to pop this down here, and hopefully that means that the folks for the train are going to see nicely. Oh, that reminds me. The train also needs speakers. So let's take this and just sort of... Whoop, too far. Probably. Perfect. Okay, and that will cover the train's crossing area. You know, I didn't actually check to see if I had this whole zone covered with power. I'm pretty sure I have a power like right here, so there should be more than enough. But let's double check. Show me power! Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. I can work with this, I think. I mean, all of my educational speakers have power here. That we don't have power over here is not an issue until I start installing stuff. And this maybe spot where I'm going to maybe put a restaurant is fully powered and no problem. The main thing that makes me sad is that like this whole ring here, like this whole everything on this side of the train tracks is completely wasted. Oh well. And we have just enough power for the African dogs. There's a little triangle of no power where the tapir are, but that's not a problem. There are powered fences over there. Oh boy, okay. So I've got really good coverage power-wise so far. I am going when I build the staff area over here that I'm going to have to include power with it. But that is a problem for future Foxwine. Current Foxwine doesn't gotta worry about anything. Everything that needs to be powered is powered. I should probably let time run. Okay, and let's just do a little... There. It's never going to look like a natural hill, but at least now it looks a little less weird. The wolves had better be able to get up here, or else there's going to be some real food problems in this. Okay, I'm going to put a scent marker over here. We're going to give them a dog ball over here by the train windows. Once again, we're trying to bring them to where people are going to view them. Rotation line feeder. I'm just going to pop into this corner. Because why the heck not? Going to give them a ball and a pronghorn piñata. Let's see. The African dogs really love the chew toy, so let's pop a chew toy down in this corner. And a prey scented sack over here. And a cardboard box in here. What else? What else? What else? What else? You know what? Let's bring them as close to the windows as I can here. There we go. Okay. Do we have any other particularly pretty wolves? No, we do not. This is going to be too much for just 4 wolves. Tyrian, what happened to you? You're injured. We're going to be patient. Patience is a virtue. Patience is a gift. Patience is something I really need to work on. Okay. Oh, wait. She just arrived in the zoo. Hold on a moment. That means that I can probably set the educational speakers now. Because I have a timber wolf in the zoo. So I should be able to... Nope, still not available on the list. Consarn it. Yeah, too close, a little too close. All right, the 4 of you. Come with me. I really need to know about your traversable areas, guys. Okay, while we wait for them, let's check for more wolves. Ooh, Emelina. You're gorgeous. Winona also looks very pretty. We're gonna end up with a lot of girls. The girls are just really pretty. Are the wolves here yet? What is with all these really pretty girls? I would like a couple more boy wolves. Please. This is way too many girls. Oh, wait. Well, Jor-El has volunteered to be my test subject here. Oh, our short grass is in short supply. Oh, and the hill is definitely at least partially traversable. Oh, wait, I went about the... Oh, I went backwards. Oh, no. Okay, Bald-Headed Mountain. I overdid it on the grass, and now I must pay because I read it backwards. Need more rock. We just go around, we kind of eradicate the grass. Okay, I have achieved appropriate balance. And thankfully they don't need very much plant life because I can't actually get a lot in here with this configuration. Like, there's lots of room for plants. It's just I haven't made much plantable space, to be honest. And at the moment, they have plenty of hard shelter because the pathways all count as hard shelter for them. Admittedly, I haven't given them any bedding, but... let's see, nutrition... Last meal wasn't so great. Social... They would like more. Habitat will be fine soon. Enrichment is more than enough for 4 wolves right now. But yeah, since we've actually got the wolves in here now, let's make sure that they're getting grade 3 food quality. Oh, right, and we're going to have a lot of fun here. As we raise this wall as high as the game will let me, which is not that high. Let's turn off the height snap. There. This is so that people actually go inside. Alright, Timberwolf. Volume. Perfect. Alright. Oh, we're going under. Timberwolf, volume. Like that. 15. Oh boy, this is gonna be something else. Alright. Timberwolf. 15. Timberwolf. 15. Timberwolf. 15. And then whoop. Yep. Every inch, every centimeter of path that is inside this enclosure will be learning about timberwolves. The wolves will also be learning about timberwolves. Dang, I got 2 animals in the zoo today. Now, I'm wondering, like, my brain says that this is the right space, amount of space for a restaurant, but I'm not 100% sure. So, just give me a moment here. Guest facilities. I want a naked restaurant, please. That's, you know, what if I... Ah, yes, thank you. Ah, interesting. The trick would be seating for this one. I think it would have to be a 2-story. But I think I can make it work. And they will also be learning about timberwolves. I like this idea. So I'm gonna plop this down here, but I'm going to... Okay, as long as I don't link tables, it's not going to be opened. Admittedly, Mina Fillmore here is going to be in a situation but I'm sure she'll be fine. Let's see, I want a 4-meter path. Oh boy, this is gonna be... Well, that restaurant definitely can't be in that exact spot, can it? Too close to the other path, maybe? Let's see, how can I make this work? Okay, this is the entrance over here, and if I do it this way, it works. But as soon as I get over here, it doesn't. Interesting, interesting. See, what I was hoping was to be able to like put the restaurant facing this way and then have a toilet like at the blank wall. I want to try and make this work, but yeah, that won't work. Like doing it this way, I can put the seating out the side, but I wouldn't be able to put a toilet. I can push it back this far before angry things start happening. I don't really want to make a 2-story restaurant. Like, you get more seating that way, but... Like, if I do like that... Yeah, there's no elegant way to put in a toilet facility with this setup. Like the original thought was to like put one like here, and then people would be able to go in there. What if I do this backwards? Like, if I do a path, oh, that's fascinating. Okay, use T-junction. So if I do like that, and And then oh, fascinating. Then that doesn't work at all because there's no space. Oh man. I could put it over here instead. But then what do I put in this space? Anyway, I wonder. If I instead did like this. Interesting. See, what I'd really like is to have a path come out and then down the side. And then this can be a window into the kitchen on the path. And I think that would be really cool, but I don't think I can fit this. Which is a pity. Possibly I could do it over here, but then we start running into even more problems. But maybe I can get it to work? I've got angle snap turned on. Like here we run into the problem of putting a square building on a curve. Yeah, that's I don't think I can put in a restaurant in this area, which is a pity because it seems like a perfect area for a restaurant. I wonder if I have any other spaces that would be big enough that like aren't by the Timberwolves. It's a pity there aren't right-handed and left-handed restaurants because what about here? Although here is a little close to. Yeah, she don't want to be here. But yeah, this is the food court I already put in. I don't really want to put a restaurant right there anyway. But I have so many empty spaces here. What about here? Like, I would definitely have to do a 2-story. Oh, wait, no, I wouldn't be able to fasten up the path here, would I? Like if I did this. Yeah, the path wouldn't work. Ah, that is a pity. This is the main area of the zoo that I don't have amenities in yet. Possibly I could build a funky little food court inside the corner here. Still don't know what to do with the rest of the space, but... yeah, I think the next major projects is going to be coming over to these areas. And figuring myself out. I'm thinking that... I may have to build this in order to build this, because I really need to like bring the path. Like what I want to do is like bring the path along here, the way that I did for the foxes. I need to put in the foxes before I can come in here. But yeah, I want to put a path along back here to get to what'll be going on over here. But in order to put in that path, I think I have to know what size this is. So that I can put the path around it. But yeah, the next project is the foxes. Of course, it's the foxes. Although I should probably unpause now. Are there any really pretty boy wolves? Yes. Finally. I need one more, like, boy, I think. One more just pretty boy. None of these are pretty enough. Okay, we're gonna give it a little more time. Ooh, look, the people! Why'd y'all turn around? Where are you going? You went in there. Oh, you're going... Well, have a nice walk. Oh boy, that's a long way. Oh, no, wait, they're going to... This is the problem with having such a large enclosure. It's basically like they want to be as close as possible to the particular wolf they want to see. What are y'all doing? I'm guessing you're looking at Tyrian here? Which is understandable. She's very good looking. But yeah, it's I guess it's a problem of having so many entrances. Their wolf moves to the other side of the enclosure, so they leave to go to an entrance that's closer to that. I think that's what's happening here. Hard to be certain. But yeah, let's get some street lights going here. That gets a light. That gets a light. That gets a light. Lights, lights, lights. I really need some lights along here. I just don't know where to put them. Possibly we put them at the gates. because that makes a kind of sense in my brain. I really need to do these bridges at some point. I just don't have any ideas. Let there be lights, lights, lights. But yeah, the Arctic foxes need to be the next thing to go in, because that's gonna like finish off the things that need to be built in this corner. You know, the snake garden still needs to be decorated and all, and I will continue working on that, but yeah, I should really work on the Arctic foxes next. The idea is to have them like have a sort of a banana that goes along here and up against the train tracks. Speaking of, let's go back to a 2 and light soil. Was it not 2? Was it a 3? I think it was a 3. Until the day that they give me a paintable gravel, this is how I'm going to be marking my train tracks. Gonna need a fence along here as well. And here comes a train to make my job that much harder. Guys, please, drive faster. But yeah, there should be a few more people riding this train now soon, because they'll be able to look at the foxes and the timber wolves. You know, once I actually get the foxes built anyway. But I did finalize quite a bit of train track here. I realize as I, you know, start drawing in the dirt to make it look better. Whoops. Oh, went around the curve a little badly there. Okay, okay. I am in control of my own destiny. Just wolves doing wolf things. And then, whoop. Let's just, whoop, pull the dirt towards me in this area, because it'll just be easier to approximately there-ish. You know, I expected the African dogs to be quite loud. They got nothing on the wolves, though. Oh, look at them go. Still no super pretty male in here. I actually love this, so... Beautiful wolves. Nutrition is still an issue, but that's because they haven't been fed yet. Which might be why they're howling. They're howling for their supper. But yeah, definitely, they will definitely be able to access their food panel. Yay. Okay, let's leave them. You see, I expected the dogs to be much louder than they are. But they're really quite quiet. Just a bit of huffing and chuffing. And squeaking. They squeak. That is adorable. Oh, my heart. Yeah, people are going to be complaining that the view is only okay of the wild dogs because the enclosure is just so big. Yeah, the view from an African wild dog is from here is not great at all. I suppose the view is fine. Yeah, it's basically like they are looking very far away. It's why I tried to cluster their devices closer to the windows, but with their resting place being in the far back corner like that, yeah, people are never quite gonna be happy with the view there. Sucks to be them. But yeah, we need one more wolf, and I refuse to stop the stream before I get that one more wolf. Now, along here, there is no traffic to be interfered with by people like looking at the foxes, so I can build right up against the path, and I don't have to worry. The one thing I have to worry about is the fact that this is quite the curve, and I'm bad at curves. So I do know that I want to build the Arctic fox enclosure out of the ice blocks, because I so rarely have the excuse to use these. The pity is that there isn't a curve that is... Whoop. There isn't a curve that is less than this. And while the quarter curve is handy in its own way, it's not going to do me any good with what I've got going on here. So I'm wondering if I just take... If I just work with these. Okay, first things first, I'm going to drop a flat panel. And it's actually, this one is not the right one. I'm going to drop one of these. Here. To start a group. Whoops, that's not what I wanted at all. Do I not have angle snap on? I do not. That was my first mistake. Alright, bring that upright. Now my main wonder here is that if I use angle snap and I just pin this sucker to a 15, can I get away with this? I'm hoping that the answer is yes. This may be several nights project, because dang. But so far it's working to give me a fairly smooth curve. Can just barely hear the African wild dogs in the background. If I just do like this, and hopefully the foxes won't feel like they're in a panopticon. Like this. The current plan is to like build the walls and then figure out how to put viewing in those walls. I have a couple of thoughts. I'm not sure which ones are... I'm not sure which ones are the right ones. Whoops. Oh, that was not the spot I wanted that. Like this. Yeah, curves are not my forte, unfortunately. Curving paths, easy. Curving walls, very difficult. And yes, I know the spin trick to get circular walls, but that's not what I need here. So it's a little... Hopefully angle snap will end up with something that isn't weird or ugly. Although currently I fear I may be getting something weird along here. The heck was that? Oh, we are having a time with this. I think the 15% is giving me a subtle enough curve. But yeah, the gaps between the walls and the path are kind of bothering me. I have to wonder if I did this the right way, but I can't think of a better way to do it. I hate these gaps, but I don't know what to do about them. The main problem is I'm not sure if I can, like, come back around. But we shall see. This may end up a little more sausage than banana. This is a little difficult to see because of my measuring thing here. Okay, and then I'm honestly not certain how I'm going to do the shelter for the foxes, but I'll figure it out. Like they can use the burrow, so I can do that if I need to, but I won't be able to show that on camera. Oh man, the pattern repeat on this is... Should I have been flipping these? Because yeah, the pattern repeat is kind of brutal here. Should I have been using the snow instead? Oh no, that's just brutally white. No. How close do I want to get? Not that close. Let's make this a slightly sharper corner here. More like this. this is going to be a slightly ugly corner. Okay. The main problem is I'm really not sure how this is gonna end up. Okay, I'm going to pause that wall there and try and bring the other one to it? Question mark. Actually, hold up. Let's stop looking at this. Let's check the timber walls. Because I only need one more wall. So... Oh. Okay. There we go. That is 6 more timber wolves. Which we are gonna do. There we go. We're gonna deliver them over there. I am fairly confident that the red pandas are going to remain the most popular. But... Okay, and then... Because the animals aren't going to care how close they are to the generator. So we can actually bring this quite close indeed. Maybe not that close. Let's go out one more. And then curve. Because I don't really want the walls touching of the shed for the generator here. And the enclosure for the Arctic foxes. Oh, diseased animal discovered. Calling vet. Great. We'll just bring it in a straight line along here. And then curve it this way. Actually, let's give it the sharper curve here. Because I would like to give the foxes a little bit of depth here. And also I need to like go over there-ish. So once again, my measuring thing makes it very difficult to there we go. Let's continue in a flat this way for a bit. Okay. Like this. And then tilt it this way. Yeah. Yeah, like that. Because the repetition doesn't look as bad when I'm looking at it like just a few panels, but when I look at like a whole bunch of panels, that's not good. Let's see here. One more tilt outward, I think. Yeah, and then basically a straight line to the train tracks. Boy. Something feels wrong about that corner, but I can't put my finger on it. I haven't placed it right, but where's the right? There? Maybe there. Oh, they're so close. Oh man, how did they end up off by that much? I think I can fix this problem here, but it's gonna take some juggling. Just a little bit. My Arctic foxes are gonna have quite the time in here. What an odd-shaped enclosure I've given them. Sort of like a banana that's been slammed against the counter on one side. End. We're not going to say what it actually looks like, okay? Now... Why is this ice? Oh, cornice. Aha, of course. Okay. This is definitely going to be more than big enough. The question is how to do the viewing for it. Where is the one-way glass? Those are the window panels. Is there a 2-foot in the one-way glass? .5 by 1, 1 meter by 2 meter, 2 meter by 2 meter, 2 by 4. Aha! So... I should be able to jank this just a little. Once I know where I want my viewing to be. Probably I want to like here and here and here, like through the flat bits, but the problem is like them not looking through the maybe I should just do the whole curve. This is where things come back to bite me, because what I'm going to have to do is basically like this. If I do one of these and then hit this, it's facing the wrong way. So and then it ends up being in the wrong place. Oh man, okay, so I can't do it that way. Oh no. So which panel was it latched onto? Neither of them. Look at that. Oh boy. I have indeed given myself a major problem. Why did it have to be on its side? Why couldn't it have been upright? I'm just gonna pause for a moment before I start getting angry. Something or others about things being in quarantine for too long. Okay, I understand what I must do. I'm doing it this way on purpose, but Yeeg. Mainly it's so I can see what the heck I'm doing. And so that when like stuff like this goes on, I can bring it back to even. This is what I've done to myself. It turns out to be a very good thing that I did so many straightaways. It's making this slightly less painful than it could have been. Things are gonna look very weird inside the enclosure. But I think I can make the outside look not too bad with this. I'm just gonna need to be a little creative. Which is already what's been happening here, so... I may not have confidence, but I have bravado? Yeah, let's go with bravado. This. Oh boy, this is finicky. Why have I done this to me? Progress. I've got the whole space enclosed. I just need to... I have a plan, but I think I may not carry it out tonight. I think I might just settle for lining the Arctic fox enclosure with one-way glass. And come back to the rest of the thought next week. Okay. That's that spot. Now here... Oh right, I still need to fix this section. Take like this. Actually, one more. Oh, it won't let me do one more? Nope, it won't let me do one more. Great. All right, I'll do what I can with this. Okay, I cannot stop that from being that way. Which means that we're actually going to back this the heck up. We're just gonna make the part by the train look nice and smooth, and then the part that is like facing where no one but the lawnmower ever goes is gonna be where it gets a little janky. And that way I don't have to worry about putting the glass on the janky part. We do like this, and this corner ends up a little weird. But it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Okay, now I want to start the glass here. Well, apparently I'm starting the glass here because this is where it actually talked to me. That is upright. That is just inside. Good enough. Yeah, I really hope the foxes don't feel like they're living in a panopticon. I may have to give them a burrow just to have for them to have some place to hide, because I honestly... This is a lot. But I can't do the opaque walls to give them privacy thing that I've done in other enclosures. Because there's just too much bend in these walls, and I can't make the barriers match up with them perfectly. I can make the barriers get hella close, but I can't make them match. And for the illusion that I usually go for, I need them to match. It is really a pity about the only 3 burrow cams per zoo thing. I did not know about that before, and I'm very disappointed. In some ways, I get it. But I understand that it's good for processing power. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do it this way instead so that I don't have to go around and check. There. Now, as long as I get all the ones that are in between the 2 ones that are selected, this is a test. Survey says that works for me. I will have to do something about the seams in the glass, but I have a week to think about it. I have a couple of ideas. Although all of them are involving having to finicky place poles. But I should not have deselected those walls. Let's see. If I say duplicate and use the 1x2, what happens? Okay, yes, that is what I want, but can I do it in a batch? Let's find out. Like if I have a curved batch like this, and I say duplicate an advanced move, not that one. No! Okay, I have to do them one at a time. Alright. Alright. But yes, this right here is the plan. So I will come through and do that on all the windows. And in fact, let's... Whoop! Which one's the right one? This one? Is that the right one? Yeah, that was the right one. Oh. Okay, that one over to this one. Alright, let's just drop these so that I know what I'm up to. But yeah, this is going to take a really long time, especially since I'm going to have to do the top level just one at a time, freehand. And then there's all the pieces that are going to be in the joints. So yeah, we'll bring these down here like this. And then this one over here. A 1x2. Which lines up like this. Like that. Oh boy. This is going to be a lot. I do have the luxury that I would be able to raise a couple of panels here and there to be able to attach info boards and speakers to. I will work that out as I go. That's definitely a problem for future fox swine. I'm going to be putting the Arctic fox enclosure on my list of things to do. I never make things easy. But yeah, I'm going to stop working on that for now because that I did a lot and it took me a while. So yeah, here we're just going to be attaching speakers. Probably one speaker here and one speaker here. For this realm of terror, I think I'm going to just raise a few here and there, but I will figure that out when I come back. For the moment, we have a whole pile of wolves who really need to get out of quarantine. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay, move them wolves. Do 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 do. Shoop do doop doop. Okay, bring the wolves over here. We're going to enjoy the wolves while we wait for delivery. I kind of love that this is working exactly the way that I wanted it to. Although it is full of trash in here because, as mentioned before, these people are pigs. Okay. Y'all made me do it. Put one there. And one here. And pray that it's enough. Ugh. Oh, it's so gross in there. Oh, right in my ear. All right. Oh, no, I didn't mean to come outside of the enclosure there. I'm just trying to actually look at the wolves while I wait for the wolves. But it kind of depends on at least 1 or 2 wolves being in this area. But I should probably... caretaker situation. Underworked. 3 of the caretakers are still underworked. Oh! They're arriving! Oh boy, they're all arriving on top of each other. Oh! Oh hey, there's a silver one in there. I didn't realize. Hold on a moment. Where'd you go? Hello, Marcus. I didn't realize that you were one of those. What was the official wording on this? Welfare 99 because nutrition's down. That will be taken care of. Stud book genetics. White gray fur coat with dark modeling. You know, I didn't read any of my wolves when I acquired them, so I've got silver ones and I've got I've got a brown one here. A little more silver. Yeah, we've got a great variety of colorings among the wolves. Not as much as the dogs, but I mean, they're noisy, but I enjoy the noise that the wolves make. And I'm really glad that the hill worked out the... Whoop. I'm really glad the hill worked out in the center of my AirSats hashtag here. Because when comes feeding time, it's going to be a very impressive view here. So now all we need to do is like find ways to lure people into the areas of the zoo around this. But that's going to be a problem for much further in the future, Foxwine. Because as mentioned, I need to start working over there. Because that edge of the zoo has been extremely ignored, and I won't know what other animals I'm putting in over here until I do some more work over there. Yes, howl for me, children of the night! Yes! Shiny Pikachu, hello! Remember to stay hydrated and remember to stay cool. Oh, it's, I'm pretty far away from Australia. I'm over in Canada where we're in deep dark winter at this point, so, I would be happy to show you my zoo. Right now we're at the Timberwolf enclosure. They are the most recently installed animal that I just put in here. I built a giant hashtag for people to look at them from, because I'm just on the internet way too much. I've been working on the train, got part of it going here. Over by the Timberwolves we have the most popular animals in the zoo. This is my red panda enclosure, which I'm quite proud of because I built all of these climbing platforms myself. The whole climbing arrangement that we have here, I built that myself and I'm very proud of it. And the pandas, they just love it. But yes, this is Nocturne, which is a zoo that is only open at night and only has nocturnal animals in it, which is why it's very, very dark. But I am in the far end of my zoo, so you're getting the tour somewhat backwards and sideways. Over here I have what I affectionately refer to as my snake garden. These exhibits through this area are every snake that is available in the game. And I've been working on building a garden around the whole area, centered, well, feeding off of the witch's hut over here that I built, and in here with the brats and brews. It's actually a little food court in here where the walking tour of the snakes gets their resting point partway through. And the train also goes through it. Over here, we have an unfinished habitat that I was just working on tonight. This will be the Arctic foxes when I finish it, but it's not quite done yet. I just started building this tonight while I was waiting for wolves to show up. So I have the outline, but it's not ready yet. There's still quite a bit of work that needs to be done here. Right next to it is my eastern train station, which I am extremely proud of. I built this myself from scratch. It's a very nice train station. And it's a working train station too. As in here we have some benches for people to sit on and all that sort of stuff. We have the ticket booth. We have the queue for the train. Oh my goodness. We have the queue. I think my train might be popular. But yes, over here we have the African wild dogs, which just got installed. What was our first animal? Well, this particular zoo is built in the sandbox, so I don't have to worry about how much anything costs. These are the African wild dogs, which I just put in tonight. They squeak. Over here we have the wolverines. And I'm going... In here we have the crested porcupines, which I will show you in a bit. The very first animal that went into the zoo was actually over here. The grizzly bears. They were the very first ones to arrive. And thus this was the first enclosure that was built, because there was a grand plan. The reason that the grizzly bears went in first was because my partner requested, out of my list of animals, that the grizzly bears go in first. So the grizzly bears went in, the cave went in, the train went in inside the train went in inside the cave, and on the other side of the cave we have here the spectacled flying foxes, which were the first exhibit to join the, the zoo. It's a very popular place in here, in this glorious cave that I built for them. The people really like it in here for some reason. But then we have the tunnel. This leads out of the back cave, and that is the outer edge of the of the cave. So this whole thing is the grizzly bear's shelter. It's a train tunnel. It's the bat enclosure. There's actually also a little maintenance shed just underneath this edge of it that keeps the water clean for these two enclosures. There's over here we have the saltwater crocodiles. And the one who I affectionately or not call Big Boy, because it was very difficult to build the ramp for him so that he could get up there. Just was the worst time. Absolutely the worst time managing to make the ramp so that he could actually use it to get up here to the hard shelter. The female can get up there very easily, but the male, not so much. This is still very much a zoo in progress, so there are a lot of empty spaces and a lot of stuff that's not done. But over here we have the tapirs, who are hiding? Where are they? Hello? Children? Oh, wait, there's one of them. There's both of them. Okay. Here we have the tapirs. Oh, I love the foraging animation. I'm so glad I stopped by here at this time. Oh, look at it go. The tapirs were the first ones to go in on this side of the river that I carved in. So that was a thing. Then we have a little food court that is over here. This building is the African crested porcupine, a building built especially for them so that it could be nice and toasty warm in there because they are desert animals. I'm actually quite proud of this building. Unfortunately, very few people actually stop to look at the porcupines. Mostly they just use it as a shortcut to get to the wolverines. Which is too bad because the porcupines, they are amazing. The Planet Zoo folks did an amazing job with the porcupines. But yeah, I love their little faces. And their mohawks. They have the best mohawks. But yeah, whoops, I have ended up in the ceiling. Over here, I have the Prime Food Court. When did I buy Planet Zoo? Oh, it was a couple of years ago now. I've been playing for a couple of years now. I have a few hundred hours racked up in the game. As I've only recently been able to start streaming it, so this is the only zoo that I've streamed, but I've been playing the game for some time. So this is the main food court that I built myself. Here is the central plaza that I haven't finished yet. Over here we have the main station for the train. Please ignore the people walking through the wall, they just do that. This is another train station that I built myself. It is a working train station that I made from scratch. And right next to the train station we have my badgers. Oh, and a couple of them are actually outside their burrow for once. Did you get the deluxe edition or premium? I got the deluxe edition and I own all of the DLC that is currently available in the game. I do have the PC version, so I have a bit more DLC than those who have the console version do. They're working on getting the DLC out for all of the DLC out for console, but yes, I did get the premium edition, so I do have the Pygmy Hippos. And I do also have all of the other DLC, which I've used a piece, at least one piece from every piece of DLC in this zoo so far. Right here, I have my kiwi enclosure, with a viewing dome that is normally very popular, but nobody is using right now. Probably because, yeah, it looks like the kiwis are in their burrow right now. Oh, no, wait, there's one. There's one. Hello. Okay, it is gonna move, but I don't know, it's thinking deep kiwi thoughts. Very, very deep kiwi thoughts. And over here we have the arachnid house, which is a glorious home that I built to house all of the spiders and tarantulas and scorpions. It is extremely popular in here, so in this corner are the scorpions, and then in the center are the Goliath spiders because I felt like they needed to be showcased. There are frogs in the game, but I haven't installed the frogs in the zoo yet. There is plans. As I said, this zoo is very incomplete. As you can see, there's a lot of planned stuff, but I haven't actually finished the zoo. So the main thing is that I do have a river here, and this river is supposed to end in a lake, which I'm going to build a kind of a swamp around, and the frogs are going to be in the swamp. Well, they're going to be in the lake in the swamp, or the swamp lake, the lake swamp. But I have to build the stuff that goes in here first, because only then will I know where the lake is. Thank you. This is another food court that I built down here, just for people to have something to go to here. It will be more popular when there's more animals down this way. Right now, the only reason they have to come here is the saltwater crocodiles, so it doesn't see a lot of business. But, you know, there's some more staff buildings there. And that is basically the zoo at this point. And of course, oh wait, how could I forget? We also have my sign. Welcome to Nocturne Zoo. And of course, the thank you for visiting. And right here we have the castle. This is actually the entrance area to my zoo. So people, as we have the ticket booths here, but the actual guest spawners are back here. These are the guest spawners and exits back here. So they come in through here. There's the ticket booths. There's my the first fountain I built from scratch rather than using a blueprint somebody else made. It's maybe not the best, but it's mine, and it was my first effort, darn it. And then they come over the bridge into the rest of the zoo, over the moat, and over here in the corner we have the waterfalls that feed the moat, which goes into the lake, which goes into the river, and so on and so forth. So there's going to be a whole water system that runs from these waterfalls into the lake that will be at the far end of the zoo. So there's still quite a bit of decorating and plant work left to be done. I do have expanses of bare area that just need to be addressed that I haven't gotten to yet because, well, I'm just one person. But I am very proud of the zoo. And there's, despite the ambition of my project, other people, I found some people on YouTube after I started this who had also made nocturnal zoos, but they made much smaller zoos than my plan. My plan has a list of animals that takes up an entire notebook page. So, and that's not even counting the exhibit animals. So I have the spiders in, I have the snakes in, I have a plan for the frogs, I'm working on a plan for the insects. I do not, I don't plan to put the majority of the lizards in the game because the majority of the lizards are actually diurnal. There will be one lizard going in. I have a place where I'm going to put one lizard, but otherwise the lizards are going to be ignored. But yes, I'm very happy. This, things have been coming together. Like, except for the fact that there's a lot of plant work missing, this area of the zoo is pretty much built up. I do need to, like, go through and, like, do the work for the lake. Like, right now, all we have is one weeping willow. I don't like lizards? Oh, it's not that I don't like lizards. No. It was just the plan was to make a zoo of nocturnal animals. And while it's easy to make the argument that spiders and snakes and insects and various kinds of frog are nocturnal, it's much harder with several of the lizards. Actually, it's hard to make the argument for some of the snakes, but I couldn't, like, choose some snakes and then leave other snakes wanting, so I just put in all the snakes. So, basically, it's not a dislike of lizards, it's just, I couldn't figure out how to justify having a whole bunch of animals that are active during the day in the zoo. Also, a little bit of a difficulty on where to put them. I know where I'm putting the frogs, and I knew where I was putting the snakes and the spiders. I know where I'm going to be putting the insects. I don't know where I'm actually putting the other bats. There's a second set of bats. There's the spectacled flying foxes, and there's also Egyptian fruit bats. I don't know where I'm putting the Egyptian fruit bats. I know they need to be in the zoo. I don't know where to put them. It's been a hard time figuring out. I still need a fence along here. This is so unsafe. Do I have foxes? Not yet. I will have foxes. There are currently 3 different kinds of foxes available in the game, and they will all be in the zoo. Right now, I'm working on this enclosure, which is going to be the Arctic foxes. The red foxes are actually going in the more central area. They were one of the big boxes that was laid out there. But I wanted to, basically I'm kind of working around the train track. So I followed the train came over here, so I came to work over here because I needed to lay out the train track. You can make a walk-through back, yes. You can make a bat cave that is walk-throughable on both sides. I chose not to do that, but let me, oh wait, I was thinking about putting in a restaurant. Whoa! Thank you very much for the follow there, JDST98. You've made an excellent choice because that's going to allow you to earn channel points that much faster towards my glorious channel point rewards, including the ability to rename anything in the zoo that hasn't been renamed. Any staff member or animal who has not received a name can be named by you. And thank you for the follow, Shiny Pikachu. And I was just about to mention that also gives you access to some of the cutest follower emotes on Twitch. You want to name a baby. Ah, alas, I am sorry. There are no babies in this zoo. Because I'm working in a sandbox zoo, there's various settings that I can put in. And one of the things that I did was I made my animals immortal. So that I would never have to replace them, because I like to leave time running while I'm building stuff. I like to be able to hear the zoo and experience things going on. So I made it so my animals can never die, but unfortunately that also means that they can never have babies. So I'm very sorry. There's no baby animals in this zoo. There are children for some reason, but no baby animals. But yeah, as I was saying, this is the walkthrough exhibit, and as you can see, it has a door on both ends, so you can make one. Well, it's only 250 channel points. But yeah, so you can make it so that people can walk all the way through. And that's the walkthrough exhibit is actually what I have for the bats over here. Whee! I just didn't run the path out the other side. So this is actually one of those boxes like I showed you, except that all of the walls, except for this one, have been made invisible so that they're inside the cave instead. So this wall is actually the wall of the walkthrough exhibit, which is providing a barrier so that the bats don't fly out into the train. But this is actually one of those boxes like what I just showed you. It's one of these. You can actually whoop. Oh, I've still got angle snap on. Like you can see the dimensions match here. But yeah. So the bats are the walkthrough exhibit, and then most of the other things are in the little exhibit boxes, like what you see over in the snake garden. She said, "There's very few walkthrough exhibits in the game so far. The majority of the exhibit animals are in these boxes here." Like this one is the Western Diamondback Rattlesnake. And they're very happy in there somewhere, wherever they are. I can never find the exhibit animals when I want to. Like I know he's in there. And I know that she's in there. Like there's two snakes in here. But where those snakes are? Wait, I found one. Haha! Hello. Oh, look at the little tongue. It's a pity that they're rarely out in the open because they're very pretty snakes. But yeah, the exhibit animals tend to have more limited animations than the habitat animals. Oh, there's a tour. But yeah, this is one of the reasons why I like to let time run. Rawr. But yes, I have an educational tour that is going through the snakes, and it stops at each of the snakes where the educator gives a little talk on them. I personally find that the tours give me more bang for my education buck than using animal talks. Basically, over here in education, there are... Excuse me, what... Okay, there's also these animal talk points that you can put up, and once an in-game year, an educator will come and give a talk at the animal talk point, and people will gather for that. But I find that the tours are actually better because the tours stop at multiple habitats, and multiple tours run at a time. Like you see, this is a start point for a tour, and we already have an educator standing here waiting for people to come and do the tour. So I really prefer to do tours rather than animal talks. I find that as far as keeping my educators busy and getting my populace educated, that the tours work way better than the animal talks. And if I go to the blinding heat map, I'm very sorry. Guest education coverage. We can look around here. Oh, that's just my coverage. Hold on. Guest needs. Education. You can see that the majority of my zoo, people are educated to the green level. There's a few that are yellow. But yeah, you can tell these people probably just recently entered the zoo because they have gotten nothing. They rode the steam train and they learned nothing. red, yellow, green. Okay, what I'm in is it's a heat map that is showing me the education level of my guests. So the green ones are the ones who have lots of education. They've been well educated. The ones that are yellow, they've received some education, but they could still learn more. The ones that are red, they have learned nothing. Nothing! Part of my problem is that I do have the food court very close to the entrance, so I have a situation where people enter the zoo and they go straight into the food court to shop at the merchandise stores that are right over here without learning anything. Well, they don't actually go to the food because they don't arrive hungry or thirsty. But the thing is that I have some merchandise stores, like right here. Let me turn off the heat map. Right here, I have a. This is a hat shop. Let me just pause. See these people walking away? This entire group has bought promotional hats for the zoo. The store is called Hats Fantastic. But yeah, you will occasionally see people wandering around the zoo wearing animal heads on their heads, and that's why. So Hats Fantastic is very popular, but they do also like to come to Just a Memento, which is this one here, which sells more t-shirt types things and stuff. You can't actually see what people buy here, unfortunately, not like you can with the hats place. Why not put it in at the end? Well, it is sort of. Because the entrance and the exit are the same, this is both near the entrance and near the exit. You can't make one-way paths in this game except for trains. Like, well, any of the rides, there's a one-way path for the ride. But otherwise, all of the paths are two-way. You cannot make a one-way path that people can only walk one way on, which is a little unfortunate. So I did put the merchandise shops right by exiting the zoo, but it's also by the entrance of the zoo. But I do need to put in more merchandise shops. Like right now, these ones are my only ones. And I do need to like put some out in the eastern area, probably closer to the train station. I have a lot of space out there. So I may well put some souvenir. Like I have this big space right behind the station that I can't really use for anything. So I might put a couple of merchandise stores in here. Mainly because the guests, their food and drink needs are being taken care of over here for the most part. So like the heat maps are a little blinding, but they're really useful. Like I use it to check my guests all the time. Like you can check education, you can see how happy people are. Like these people, even though they're completely uneducated, they're pretty happy. When you made the snake enclosure, did I decorate it? Oh, I made the whole thing. I'm working on decorating the snake enclosure, the snake area. I'm doing it a little bit at a time so I don't get overwhelmed. But basically, what I started with was this. This is what I had when I started the zoo. Everything that you see in the zoo is something that I either built or that I got from the workshop on Steam. Oh yeah. They give you a lot of land. They give you a lot of land to work with. It is hard to make a zoo that fills the entire area, simply because of basically all of the animals have their own behaviors. And all the guests have their own behaviors, and they're all doing them all the time. It's not just when you're perceiving them, it's just when they're in the zoo. So the more things and the more, the more animals and the more people you add to the zoo, the harder it is for your computer. So making a zoo that is big enough to fill the entire map is next to impossible unless you are building a 100% empty zoo. If all you are making is a completely empty zoo with no animals in it, you can build to your heart's content, but you will never get to enjoy the animations of the animals. Are all the dogs up in here? They're all in here. Look at the ridiculous little things. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, a little curled up. But yeah, I built everything. There are a few pieces that I grabbed from the workshop that other people made, like this glorious tree that I just put in tonight. This is actually made by somebody in the workshop. This little garden I also put in tonight was made by somebody else in the workshop. I could have made it. All of these items are ones that are available, but look at the gorgeous job that they did. I could not resist. There's quite a few pumpkins, but the good news is that the porcupines love pumpkins. So yeah, I built everything. And tonight I built this entire enclosure for the Timberwolves, which is where I was when you came in. Everything, all the paths and all of this, I put in this, what I like to call now feeding mountain. That is quite a ribcage going on there. But yeah, it's like, everything you see here, all this domain is my hands. I made this bridge. I like this bridge. This is definitely one of my best bridges. So I am using a few things like from the workshop just to help me. Like someone in the workshop made these really handy measurement guides that they show you the space. So like this is 1,000 meters square. It is the size of the enclosure that I intend for my red foxes. This is the approximate location of where I'm going to put my red foxes, so that's why the box is there. So the boxes that are laid out here are where I'm planning on putting things. And then I have more of the boxes and circles up here with the ready to go, so I can do that. There's a few rock walls that I can use. Some recolorable rocks that have already been colored to match the rocks in this area. A few pre-made fences. These fences are actually, I used one of them already in the zoo. Well, I used a couple actually. One of them is this fence that is in here. This nice thing, somebody put that together and I used it. This all I built myself. It's mostly small things, like this fence I built. And this fence is one that I made as well. This one right here to keep people from falling in the river. But this fence over here, which is the outer fence for the... Oh, I got some grass in the path. The outer fence for the snake garden is one that someone other than me made, but I put it in. Now, if you would please get off the path. It should not be possible for grass to be growing through this particular path, okay? There we go. Okay. No. No, the people do not leave the paths. It's actually quite impressive. The fence is for visuals entirely. Like, I didn't even need to put railings on this because they will never step off the edge. But it looks right with railings. It looks proper with railings. And also, like, in a real zoo, you would have a fence to keep people from falling in the water. You know, just walking off the path and ending up in the river. So I put a fence in. And I will be putting a fence in over here to keep people from stepping on the train tracks. Because this is very unsafe here. This is super unsafe. But yeah, the snake garden is a work in progress. Like the paths here, they go under the train tracks, so I did that up so that it wasn't just dirt walls and such for under here. Whoop! Let me out! Let me out! And then I disguised the weird edges with these bushes. But I haven't really done a lot of planting here yet. Like, I did put in the bushes around the Brats and Brews witch's hut. Out in the open, yeah. Well, I have to admit, in the game, if the path is already down, you can actually put the train tracks right across the path. You can't do it the other way around, but you can run the train tracks right across the path. No safety barrier, no ding 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 that drops down when the train's gonna come by, nothing. And nobody gets hit by the train, but that just doesn't feel right. So I always go over or under the train. I always go over or under the tracks. I prefer over. I hate building bridges, but man, do I like having bridges. This is a bridge I haven't covered yet, so this is what a bridge looks like before I get to it. And then this is what a bridge looks like when I've gotten to it. So yeah, it's very much a work in progress. But yeah, you can do so much in this game. You can build so many things. Like I love building stuff. I love making my animals happy and everything, but I love building things. So like making a bridge, like having the path go over the train track, sure, but you know, making it be a bridge, I love doing that. Is a food court, making it a cohesive building with, you know, we have, what do we have here? We have a Street Fox coffee, and ooh, I do believe, yes, this is a Bernie's Bakes sweet treats, and a bathroom that is right over here. We've got a little clock tower, a few places to sit. You know, I love building things. Like all of the enclosures here are ones that I've built. There are barriers in the game, but I haven't been using them very much. Except I have been hiding them in various places for reasons. But I've been building the enclosures myself, which has been a bit of a challenge in some cases. Like the Wolverines over here, I ended up using a stone tree trunk for their back wall. So this is just a tree trunk over and 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 over. And I just did that because I wanted to. I thought it would look good, and it did. And honestly, the Wolverines love their habitat. They're really hard to find in it because it is very lush in here. Oh wait! One of them's volunteering. Which one are you? Ah, you're C. Thomas Howell. Alright, that means Patrick Swayze is somewhere else. Probably in the burrow? Yeah, Patrick Swayze's in the burrow. I can actually look in the burrow. There he is. Patrick Swayze having a nap. Alright. Let me out! Let me out! I don't love the lack of control when I'm in the burrow cam. I can't look around. But yeah. So I've been keeping myself busy. There's still so much left to do. Especially with the garden. This is not very garden yet. It's getting there. But the large expanses of empty are, yeah. It's very overwhelming though, because I made it so the place is so big. So I'm doing it like one piece at a time, just to keep it from being too much. So the fact is that I've like chopped it up into several chunks of grass, so I can just say, okay, I'm gonna work on this section today. Or maybe this one. Or maybe I'll come over here and do something with these to hide the giant holes. Yeah, I really have to do something to hide the giant holes. But yeah, the next animals to go in are going to be the Arctic foxes over here, which is what I was working on while I was waiting for my wolves to get themselves together. This is going to be a very time-consuming project because of all the curvature that's going on here. Unfortunately, the upper layer of the viewing area is going to have to all be done by hand, one piece at a time. So that's going to take me a while. And I also have to figure out which one of these to make solid panels so that I can stick information boards on them. So that's going to be fun too. And I really need to figure out something to, like, you can really see the seams in the one-way glass here. And I'm going to need to like put in some sort of pole or bar or something just to be the thing where the seams are. So I need to work that out, but I'm making it future Foxwine's problem because current Foxwine was supposed to stop streaming 2.5 hours ago. But yeah, this is the weirdest shaped habitat that I have made yet. I worry about the sharp corners. But it's more than enough space for the Arctic foxes. Like, I need like about 300, like I need about 100 meters squared more than this box. And I've definitely got more than that here. So these are going to be some very happy foxes. But one of the best things about the Arctic foxes in this game is that if you give them snow, which I'm definitely going to do, they do that jumping thing. They have the animation to do the jump into the snow. I love that jump so much, I actually have emotes for it. If you look in my subscription emotes, you will see that there's 2 paired emotes. One that is a fox taking a leap, and the other one that's a fox butt sticking out of the ground. And that is to represent that jump into the snow that foxes do, that just, you know, leaves their butt and their hind legs just sort of hanging out there. So I will be giving them snow. I will give them all the snow. But yes, that will be future Foxwine's problem on next Monday, because I really have to call it a night here. I've been streaming since 7 p.m. my time, and it's now 2:35 in the morning. I really need to stop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to my slightly less than glorious Arctic fox enclosure, and I'm going to save here. Just pull up the... Here we are. We save the zoo. And this is where I'm going to pick up next Monday night. Continuing work on this Arctic fox habitat, figuring out what to use in between these glass panels, figuring out where to put the info boards, and getting coolers installed so that it's cold enough in here for snow, and then painting the whole thing with snow. It's going to be glorious. And we also have a fairly good view across a large part of the zoo here, which I do like to have on my saves. You can't really see the castle from here, alas, but you can see a good portion of what still needs to be done in the snake garden. So, I'm going to be calling it a night here because it is late for me, and I will pick up there again next week. But good news, if you want to see my previous streams of Planet Zoo, and especially the ones that aren't available on Twitch anymore, well, you can find those on my YouTube channel, which I have just linked to in the chat. There is a playlist there for Planet Zoo, so you can just go into that playlist and you will find all of the streaming of the Nocturne Zoo. Right from its very humble beginnings with a castle that was maybe a third of the size of the one that I have now, and just having the grizzly bears and all of that, all the way up to the stream before this one. And this one will be, in its entirety, will be going up on Saturday. So that's a whole thing. And I will be back streaming again on Wednesday night, starting at as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people together to form a room. I'll be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice with my friends, depending on how many people show up. Among Us is the game we play when we have the largest number of people. I don't believe it needs any explanation or description beyond that point. And 100% Orange Juice is the game that we play when we have the smallest number of people, because it's for 4 players or less. It is basically a board game that is kind of anime Mario Party, where each of, I think it's 100 characters now, has their own unique power. Their dice hate absolutely everybody, and the cards change the rules. It is glorious chaotic madness that we have a lot of fun with. But if we have too many people for 100% Orange Juice and not quite enough for Among Us, that's when we play Scribble It. It's a Pictionary style game. You don't see Planet Zoo on my playlist. It's possible on my there is a Planet Zoo on my YouTube channel. I will have to double check my About page to see if my YouTube listings have the Planet Zoo playlist on there. If I remember it correctly, it's called Playing Planet Zoo, or possibly Foxwine Playing Planet Zoo, something like that. Yes, where was I? Oh yes, and then on Wednesday night, usually around 10:15 or 10:20 or so, when my friends abandon me because they claim they have to sleep at night to be ready in the morning for their day jobs. Well, thank you, Shiny. Thank you. It's all up there. I've done very minimal editing, I must admit, but it's all up there. Where was I? Yes, when my friends abandon me, I switch over to a solo Valheim game, where I also found it. Excellent. Where I also build a lot of things, and I'm actually in a building phase in Valheim right now. Coming up in Valheim, I will be working on getting prepared to go out to the next biome that on my list, which is the plains. It's a very difficult biome, and I want to be prepped ahead of time and have everything ready to go for going to the plains, and hopefully that way I won't suffer too much. I hope. I'm very scared of the plains, actually. Then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Dungeon Crawler for Try Not to Die Thursday. I will be grabbing a character I have not completed the dungeon with and attempting to complete the dungeon with them. I should play Lethal Company. I do have Lethal Company, but only 2 of my friends also have Lethal Company. The group that I play with on Wednesday, the majority of them don't have the game, and a couple of them can't have the game because their computers aren't strong enough. So the Wednesday gaming is it can't include Lethal Company simply because of let's call it technical issues. But it's how it goes. And Lethal Company is not a game that you want to solo in. That's a terrible, terrible place. But yes, then where was I? Yes, on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I've apparently met up with the plot again. I was trying to avoid the plot. I was trying to run away from the plot, but the plot came and found me, so I guess I'm doing the plot again. And we'll see how that goes. I've been trying to not infiltrate the cultists, but apparently I have no choice but to infiltrate the cultists. I'm not enthused. I'm not enthused. I don't want to play nice with them. I really don't. But that's what happens. And then on Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, where I will hopefully finish this enclosure for the Arctic foxes and actually get some Arctic foxes installed. And then I will be moving over to the more central area of the zoo. We'll be leaving the east for the most part, except for the occasional stopover to put some more plants in the snake garden. And I will be working on the more central area of the zoo because I need to get some stuff done there. Once again, I'm following my train track around, and I won't know... it needs to go around the south end of the lake. But the lake doesn't exist yet, so we have a whole situation going on there. So the hope is to build my way to the edge of the lake so that I know where the lake is so that I can put my train tracks in properly. And hopefully build another train station and, get us some more of these animals involved. It's a very long list. I have a very long list of animals. And there's so many places I could put animals. It's a great expanse of space. I have part of a plan, but not the entire plan. So we'll see how much I get done and what solutions I come up with for whatever problems I cause myself over the course of, of everything here. And all of that. And whether or not I have a plan, whether or not I actually complete my to-do list, I still have a lot of fun. And I have had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!